He's ready to go. I call this meeting to order. Today is May 17th, 2022. It is 6:00 p.m. We are at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida for our regular city council meeting. Now at this time, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. City Clerk, would you please lead us? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Here.
Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Raymond.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here. Wonderful. Everybody is here. We'll go into our public participation portion of the meeting. Any member of the public may address any items that do not appear on the agenda and any agenda item that is listed on the agenda for final official action by the City Council, excluding public hearing items, which are heard at the public hearing portion of the meeting, ministerial items, and quasi-judicial or emergency items. Citizens, we ask that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And the City Council will typically not take any action under the public participation section of the agenda. We may schedule these items not on the agenda as regular items and act upon them in the future. If you are speaking, we have a light here that's helpful. Green light means go. That starts the 3 minutes. Yellow light means you have about 30 seconds left. We ask that you please wrap it up. And red means the 3 minutes are up. So I do not have any cards today. Making sure that no one else has any. Seeing none, I'll go to our Deputy City Clerk, who we have live broadcast today, live stream. He is shaking his head no. There's no public participation for the day. And with that, we'll go ahead and close it, which moves on to our consent agenda item. But before we do that, I'd like to, I got a message from our city manager and see if council's okay with code enforcement providing a brief presentation on an update within the city. He had made that request. So seeing everyone shaking their head yes, I think we're okay. Officer Palmer, looks like you'll be leading the way. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. I just want to briefly go over what pro champs and code enforcement, what we're doing to help regulate and monitor our vacation rentals. I know there's some questions about how things happen, how things work. I've gotten a couple of these questions through phone calls and emails, and where are we at? What are we doing? How are things going? So I just want to briefly go over some stuff real quick. Since October 1st, the city and pro champs have been working together to identify and regulate these vacation rentals. Just like any new program, it's a work in progress. You can't take a brand new program and expect everything to work that day. It's not going to happen. We've gone through some growing pains. We've moved from where we, brand new program, we didn't know what was going on. We fixed things. We've worked with pro champs. And I think we've come to a point now where we're actually moving forward and we're seeing some progress now. We're seeing some good stuff come out of it. Pro champs is the first step. They're the first step in this short-term rental, vacation rental program. They're the first step. They identify everything, okay? Pro champs compiles information on possible violations. Regulating these vacation rentals, pro champs is the beginning of the process. They monitor the rental websites. They gather the information. They review that information based on the city code. They take the city code and they monitor all of these websites and they look for any type of violation. If they see that violation, they immediately send out courtesy letters. Those courtesy letters are sent out 30 days after the courtesy letters are sent out. They send it to us so we can look at it. We take that information once they give it to us, and we have to verify the information first. Once we've verified that information as a code enforcement standpoint, because we'll be moving more into the investigation and into a possible notice of violation and stuff to that effect, possibly going to a special magistrate, we have to go a little bit deeper than what they did. So not only do we look at their evidence that they've provided us, then we gather our own evidence. And then once we've gotten to that point, that's when we would go in and issue our notice of violation. And that's when we would move forward, possibly after that, to a special magistrate. The next step, well, not necessarily the next step after that, because that kind of solidifies it going to the special magistrate. The other issue that we have dealing with are complaints. Okay, people file complaints through the ProChamp system. They have a hotline. They can do it online. They actually have a local number too. That's not, they have a toll-free number and a local number that they can call. They can file these complaints. We have received some issues with the complaint line. I stress that everybody, if you filed a complaint, and I tell people this all the time, if you filed a complaint with ProChamps and you haven't heard anything from ProChamps for a while, you need to contact code enforcement, because we're your next step in this process. And people have been doing that recently. They've been going, we just had one the other day, went to the thing, didn't get that information that they wanted. The line was down. They contacted the local one. I think they had a problem with that. They contacted us. We handled it at that point in time. And that's what we want them to do. They need to go there first, then come to us if they have any issues with that. Moving into some of our violations. ProChamps, when all of this first started, they took about a month and they went out and they did a scan of all the rental websites. And they found all these possible violations of the 7-day rental. That was the big thing, or one of the big things, the reason why we looked at this program. They looked at all this stuff and they tabulated all these. They got 180 of them. They sent out 180 letters. We gave them a little bit of time to come into compliance. They did another one. After that, they found 143 of them. We looked at them. They sent those directly to code enforcement instead of sending out letters. We looked at them. About 107 of those were actual violations. The other ones really weren't. We sent out 107 letters. Through letters, through me calling people and talking to them, through emails, 75 of those 107 are in compliance as of today. We had a total at the beginning of all this of 323 violations, I'll say possible violations of the 7-day rental. 175 of those today have been brought into compliance. So the system's working. It's just not going to happen overnight. So out of all these, we show that we're able to get compliance with these individuals through speaking to them. I've probably talked to every 107 of those individuals I sent letters to. We tell them this is how you're in violation. Okay, there's a 7-day minimum. These people, they didn't understand that. Property owners were under the impression of, different things. They didn't necessarily understand what the 7-day meant. Now they do. We're putting that out there. Before we weren't, now we are. Now we're getting compliance. And technically we got a lot of people saying, well, I'd rather do that. I would rather do 7 days because it's not worth my time doing 1, 2, 3 days. It's just not. We've had a lot of people that have changed and said, well, I don't want to do 7 days. I'll do 30 days from now on. Of course, that takes them out of the vacation rental market. So they want to go longer now instead of this, So that's turning this whole process over. And we're actually getting rid of some of our vacation rentals and going more to a long-term rental, what have you. And I jumped through this pretty quick. The numbers that you have, I'm sure everybody looked at them for the numbers for the last few months. We've done a new thing here where we're showing totals now. We can look at that and you can see where we're going or where we've been and where we're going to now. These numbers change. Oh, thank you. These numbers will change. They'll go up, they'll go down. Some people will stop their vacation rentals. So if you're looking at a number of registered properties and you ask one day, well, why are we going down? Why is it not constantly going up? Because some of people will stop renting their properties. I had an individual call me today and say, I'm not renting my property anymore. I'm going to start living there. So they just stopped renting it and now they're going to move here. So it's going to go up and down. We're going to have that fluctuation. So if you see something like that and you're like, well, why is that happening? That's the reason. Courtesy letters, you're going to see those will always go out. We'll always have those because ProTrans will always do the initial courtesy letter. Once that happens, if we don't get a response, you'll start seeing the notices of violation go up. We do have one NOV out right now. That may go to special magistrate, it may not. These take a while. We have to gather a lot of information to be able to go in front of a magistrate. And we also, you can see where we increased our number of complaints too. And that's really all I have. Do you have any questions?
Council? While thanking Officer Palmer, thank you very much for providing that update. And thank you for the continued agenda item that we've been able to see monthly and cumulative. Council does, I got just some things I want to just clarify so I understand. The total amount of properties was 180 that ProChamps was able to identify as short-term rentals in the city?
Initially, that wasn't short-term rentals. That was 180 courtesy letters were sent out for the possible 7-day rental restriction.
Got it.
That was the very first group that we sent out.
Okay. So
And
the total amount of properties that are doing short-term rentals is larger.
Yes.
Out of that group, ProChamps identified roughly 180
Yes.
that were worthy enough to send letters out
Yes.
that potentially might need to know about the 7-day minimum, and everything you just described kind of worked through that process to get to the one notice of violation. So the notice of violation issued, I assume, like, just to make sure I'm looking at this for the column of March 2022, that one courtesy notice that was sent, well, I guess it could have been out of any of the 100. Oh, it goes to April, I'm sorry. The one notice of violation that was issued came out of that batch of courtesy notices sent.
It actually came out of the March 2022.
That
You see
one,
there, the one
okay.
courtesy notice.
Got it. All right, and you said 75 are in compliance out of that 180 roughly?
No, out of the 107 that you see under April,
Mhm.
75 of those have already been brought into compliance within between April and now.
Okay,
The total, I didn't do the math, but out of the 180, it went down to 107. So that would be the ideal.
oh, I see how, okay, so that's one way to solve compliance. You would basically subtract because it's reducing, it's cumulative.
Yes.
Okay, so that makes sense. Thank you for explaining it. That's all I had. Just wanted to make sure I understood the numbers.
I just have one, One question. What was the total number of properties identified as short-term rentals?
Total, not ones that are registered.
Right.
I believe it, I don't remember. I believe it was 280. You remember? I
Okay.
believe it was, I can get you that information. I
Yeah,
don't, I think it was like 282, I believe, or something to that effect.
So possibly 282.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a 288 in that total, which some of those courtesy notices could be sent to the same owner. So that's not,
They could have, yes.
so the October through December 31st, that first column, 180, were sent out. When we go forward to April, the 107, some of those 107 could have been in that original 180 batch. Okay.
Could have been.
So those aren't unique necessarily.
No.
So-
Those aren't above and like we did 180 and then those got solved in 107. No.
Okay.
107 are some of that. Guaranteed. I mean, you have overlap.
Okay. So the 288 is not a direct relation to the number of properties.
No.
Okay.
No.
When we originally hired, Tim's, I think it was like 300 rental properties. And now you're saying that it's really like 280, the amount.
I believe I would have to double check to give you a really accurate number. I didn't look up the number. Apologize.
Okay, and then out of the 172 registered properties, 50 have BTR. Does that mean the rest of them don't have them, or?
That's,
Issued within that period?
yes,
Oh, okay.
yes, this is just for the period that you're looking at, October 1st through April 2022. A lot of those rentals already had BTRs.
Okay, gotcha. And then the complaints, are you finding that it's complaints at the same places all the time, or is it, is there properties that are a problem?
We do have a few. We do have a few that stand out. We've listed those. We have those. We're working with BCSO on addressing those issues and stuff for loud noise and stuff to that effect.
Is it the 7-day rental as well? As the
We do have a few. It's just there's different aspects to the 7-day rental to be able to say, if somebody could actually look at a listing for a 7-day rental and think that it's in violation when actually it's not. So we have to take those, and that's what when they send us this information, that's like I said, 143 of them were sent to us, but only 107 of them were actually in violation. So we take that information, and then the code officer will take the list, and we have to actually physically go in, and we have to investigate that ourselves to make sure that it's actually a possible violation.
And then when someone calls, if they call you guys first, you ask them if they've contacted
Mm-hmm.
ProChamps. So that's the process. They go to ProChamps.
Yes.
And then if ProChamps doesn't address it, then it comes to you.
Yes, ProChamps has been addressing it. I spoke with a representative today with ProChamps, and they have been addressing the issues. There was one that fell through. They actually spoke with that individual today. What I'm trying to get across to people, though, if they don't hear something back in a timely fashion, that they can always contact us. They can always contact my office. I'm not going to push anybody away. Their first step should be to file with ProChamps and work that first, because that's what ProChamps is here for. But if they still have questions, they need to contact my office, because there may be an investigation going on. They just don't hear about it yet. A lot of times people get to the point where if they don't hear anything, they start to think that nothing's happening, when in actuality, there's a lot happening. So if they contacted us and say, hey, have you heard about this? Has anything been done? If I don't know about it, I'll contact ProChamps and say, hey, what's going on with this? Please contact them, or I'll find out and I'll find out. But I just don't want somebody sitting at home thinking, nothing's happening. Nobody's doing anything.
Right.
The city doesn't care.
Right.
Because in fact, we do,
Mhm.
and they just need to contact and find out.
Right. And in your opinion, I mean, it's a new ball game for you guys, a new ball game for pro champs. Do you think that they're getting better? You know, we had the one company, the representative come and say, you know, he kind of dropped the ball, but he's going to get better. Do you think, in your opinion, that it's starting to flow now, or?
We've had, there's been road bumps, I should say, in the process, like there is with anything. We've moved from, you know, a new system to where we're running smooth and everything seems to be working good now. I mean, you're going to have issues. We had a couple of issues a couple of days ago. We contacted pro champs and we got them fixed. That's how a system's supposed to work. You know, nothing works perfect, but if we can move and we can get these things working, once we identify an issue, that's how things, you know, that's how we need to move forward.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing and working hard at it. You sure you don't need help?
You volunteering? No.
Sure.
I think it would be helpful, I need to go back, is maybe we can just email it out to the council to, when you figure out the total number of properties that have been identified. And then out of that, maybe drill it down just a few brackets of how many of those have actually registered. And then I think we can connect the rest of this, but those two big numbers would be really helpful.
Sure.
Just a
Mayor?
request.
If I had an opportunity to speak with Brian and Dave earlier today, and one of the most interesting takeaways that I had was Brian found that there was a consistent thing he kept hearing from these vacation rental owners, these 75 that he talked to. They consistently had their own interpretation of what minimum 7-day rental meant, and they were applying it as they felt was appropriate. And Brian came up with a phrase, and he's taught his code enforcement officers to say that, and I'm sure he would love anybody listening to this message to hear the phrase, and I don't want to get it wrong, Brian. It's, why don't you say it? Minimum 7-day rental period.
Yes, that's it. The code states that you cannot rent for anything less than 7 days. That's exactly what the code states. Nothing less than 7 days. Somebody asked me, what we were talking about today is somebody asked me, they said, well, what if I just, you know, have somebody there for a couple of days, but I don't rent again for another 7 days? I don't determine that. The code states nothing less than 7 days. And that's what I told them. We don't interpret the code, we enforce the code. The code states nothing less than 7 days. I can't tell you, you can rent for this and block it off for that. I tell you, my life is black and white. If code says nothing less than 7 days, that's what you do.
Yeah, so those interpretations were going all over the place. He was finding people felt like they could interpret the code they wanted to interpret. And it helps when the consistent word gets out there. No rentals for less than 7 days. You can't say, I'm going to rent for 2 days and then block off the calendar for 5 days and then start over again. No rentals for less than 7 days.
Yep, and no change to the ordinance or the code is needed, to your point. It shall be unlawful for any person to rent a dwelling for less than 7 consecutive days in any zoning district, excluding hotels and motels. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Now that we've got the presentation from Officer Palmer and our city manager on that, we are able to move on to the consent agenda item. This time, if any council members would like to pull any consent agenda items, please let us know now. I've got to clarify one thing. The city manager from our meeting, item number 6, do we need to pull that one?
I think so.
Okay, so go ahead. If you want to pull number 6, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd like to pull number 6.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we just don't even need it. You can pull anything. I would like to pull item number 4. Anything else from council? Items number 4 and 6. Get that? Okay. With that, looking for a motion to adopt the remaining items 1, 2, 3, and 5 on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve 1, 2, 3,
And
5
five.
of the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Raymond to adopt consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, and 5. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
Or
Councilmember Willis.
4. Okay, going in order here, item number 4 is one that I wanted to make sure we're on the same page here. This is to approve a proposal from Avivo USA LLC /TSC Jacobs North in the amount of $1,421,100 for the complete rehabilitation of 2 clarifiers at the water reclamation facility and authorize the city manager to execute the same. First thing I want to clarify as I'm reading this is it says rehabilitation. I think that there's a difference in rehab and replace, right? This is actually a replacement. Is that? Mr. Moore?
Good evening, Council and
Thank you.
Mayor. It is a rehab, even though it's a replacement. In other words, the actual concrete clarifiers will remain. It's all the interior that'll be replaced.
Okay, so the walls of the clarifiers will stay
Remain.
there?
That's correct. They're concrete, everything's solid concrete. It's just the interior, it has the mixers, the motors, the skimmers, anything metal will be replaced.
Got it. Okay. And hang with me. I think you'll be helpful on a few other things. So, okay, so when it says in the contract on the cover page on attachment 1, project is 2 60-foot type 3 clarifier replacements for existing unit under serial number, including the installation services. That's just replacing the interior part of it, not to beat it to death, but okay, got it. And the reason I asked was because I noticed that this was a sole source. Says that the original clarifier equipment was provided to the city in 1994 by Avivo under order number 2521404. Therefore, Avivo owns all of the original drawings, information, and will provide these rehab services as a sole source contractor. So the justification to go for a sole source is because they own the original drawings and information?
And the clarifiers were built to their parts. In other words, they designed the clarifier concrete to match their parts. So to change that the parts from Avivo, it would be almost impossible to match it.
So if we wanted to, Avivo is the manufacturer of the product and that's their representative. So if we wanted, there's other competitors to Avivo out there, but what you're saying is if we were to go with another product that's not Avivo, can you explain what we would have to do?
They would have to modify, it would cost us probably twice as much because of the modifications. Their specs are different than other manufacturers. The way that it was designed, built for the drain insides, it would be very costly.
Did we happen to look at what that cost would be? Do you know roughly?
No, we didn't because of them being the original manufacturer of the clarifiers.
Okay. And what is, I understand it's approaching, it looks like 28 years old, 94. What do you have an estimate on the remaining life? I saw that some of it has exceeded its operational life and some of it needs extensive maintenance. Do you know roughly what the cost would be to make those upgrades and to do the maintenance is, I saw a quote in here to June for $200,000. Is that part of what that was about?
That is 250, 200 or 250 from TCS Jacobs.
Yes.
That's who installed it for Ovivo.
Okay. So to not do the full replacement, I guess I don't know what the useful life is for these types of clarifiers. We're at 28 years.
Right now, we have a problem with the actual motors leaking, the seals, the shafts are gone again. I think in 95, Jeff? Or 2004? I think 2004, they were rebuilt and replaced with a rebuilt motor.
Mm-hmm. I read
And
that.
being that they were replaced with rebuilt ones, they only lasted another 10 years or so. So
Is anything broken right now?
the wipers on top that wipes off the debris off the top of the clarifiers,
Mm-hmm.
and it pushes it back into the waste.
Mm-hmm.
They're broken, and we have to keep replacing them about every week
Every week.
because they're just wore out. The metal's wore out. It just doesn't hold up.
Okay. Understood. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what the cost would be to keep it going, compared to this full replacement. It's a lot of I mean, $1.4 million, which doesn't include everything I was reading in the contract. There's some things that may be added on when the total project's done. And when we do sole source, this can be justification on why sole source. And if I understand you, you're saying it would be double the cost if we did not go with the sole source, but you haven't verified whether it'd be double the cost.
We have not verified. We just know that Ovivo, their equipment, the mechanical equipment, was made to fit inside these clarifiers.
Mm-hmm.
To get another company to come in to try to fit that, it's probably going to be definitely more expensive.
Okay. Yeah. If it was not 1.4, when we do 1.4 million as a sole source and we're doing replacements, if it's a pretty significant, other than the concrete block, it's a replacement. If we were doing maintenance or upgrades or just minor investment, $100,000, $200,000, I can understand that as a sole source. But since we're going to be replacing it, are we under any hurry to get this done? Because for me, I would like to know, talking with the council, what the other options would be and to verify whether it would be double the cost. Because when we do a sole source, basically as a non-competitive bid for $1.4 million, there's no competition. They're able to come in and essentially replace everything except the concrete block. That starts to dance with the rule I always say, when in doubt, bid it out. And if it's worth looking and just verifying what the cost would be from other companies, that would be my preference. A lot of state statutes address sole source, and they don't let cities do sole source unless there's a strong justification for it, which is usually they're the only ones who have that particular product, or they're the only ones who are available or meet the compliance requirements. And so knowing that if it sounds like to replace the concrete, if those had to come down, is that what the biggest change would be? Is their units wouldn't fit within the concrete?
No, they have to make them to fit to what the clarifier chambers themselves are.
So
But
they
you have
would,
more than just that, more than just the clarifier. You have the mixing box that's in the middle of which all the components actually go in, and then your mixer goes in the middle of both clarifiers. So there's
Okay.
more components than just the wipers, and you got piping that has to go into it, and it's,
My final statement would be, I would feel more comfortable if we did just verify what the cost would be to go get an estimate from other companies before we just go forward with 1.4 million as a sole source for this one. And if that's able to be brought back to the next agenda and it says, look, it's double, I'll move forward with this. But that was my only concern. And you know so much more about this than me, but I have to do my due diligence and make sure that we're not overlooking anything. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
we would have issued the PO as soon as it's approved.
Okay, and you said weekly we are having to replace the wipers.
I'm sorry?
Weekly, we're replacing the
The
wipers. So how much is that costing us a week to replace that?
We have spare one that is probably $1,000.
I'm sorry, 1,000?
Yeah.
1,000 a week?
So roughly 4,000 a month. And then if we did get other bids, how long would you think that would take?
And that's the other issue. It would take a couple months.
So then,
Also, these quotes are the way that the chain supply is right now. They're only good for 30 days, and then they go up in price. So.
How long have you been replacing the wipers at $1,000 a week? What do you think
We've
you've spent
been-
total in wiper replacements?
Yeah, we've been doing it for the last 6 months,
Every week for 6 months?
roughly. We try to reuse them. We try to dig them out, pull them out, and try to reattach them. And then if we can, then we'll replace them with new ones.
How many years' experience do you have as an engineer?
As an
Mr.
engineer,
Moore, yes.
I'm not an engineer.
Well, working
In
with,
the utilities.
in this, yes, this particular
28 years.
industry.
I mean, I understand the amount of money and I get where you're coming from. But to me, as far as spending roughly $4,000 a week for now 6 months, and it would continue to get other bid, this is the only company that we've basically ever dealt with and knows how to do these parts and knows how everything works. I would go for just approving this and having them get started.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kim. The other thing, I know right now what's happening in the United States, we have a supply issue. And we've had many supply issues with the construction of the multi-gen facility. And if these people have exactly what we need and it's fashioned exactly, I know enough about the construction business. My husband was in that for 32 years. And then I say that we move forward too, and that not to fool around with it. I mean, we need that plant and we need that up to par.
We've never had issues in the past with them overcharging or not doing the work or anything. They've always been reliable and said, okay. Yep.
All right, can I make a motion?
Well, I want to make sure everybody's got a chance to
I have a
talk.
question. Would, if we were to go and get a favorable quote from someone else, it would basically be a new construction all the way around. Okay.
Mayor, if I could, I think the analogy that I see is if you have like a Chevy engine, an old Chevy engine, and the housing of that is in good shape, but you want to replace everything in it, all the pistons, all the valves, all the springs, all the lifters, everything. And you want to get Chevy parts to do that because that's a Chevy engine. And then you want to get another company to try to match that block exactly because the block is the concrete here. Is that a fair analysis that next company is going to say, I can't match that. You're going to have to change out the whole engine block. Is that a fair analogy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. And my reply to that would be, at some point, you can't let the block determine that a new person might say, I can't put the new motor in that Chevy frame or whatever chassis. But I can give you a new car for the same price or less money. And that's what I'm after. I don't want to go down a bid process delaying 2 months. I just wanted to get an estimate on what an entire new install would be because they're replacing 90% of it. I don't know what the cost would be. You said it was more than just the concrete, but what the cost would be
You've got all the stainless steel supports, all the grading up top, the walkways, that's part of that. What's there now, we've already had one incident last year where the actual grading fell in, and we're just lucky that one of the workers didn't fall in the clarifiers because of the being rotted. So.
Yeah.
And may I ask, and maybe, John, you can answer, the funding for this is through ARPA? Okay.
I have a question. In the contract, it says, I don't know what page it is, says price for 2 clarifier units with installation, 1,171,100. What's the difference in the 1.4, 21, 100 and the 171? And then it says installation schedule will need to be determined once the purchase order has been submitted and the project is approved. Equipment lead time is 24 weeks. Yeah, right there. Look. Get on the bottom, Jim.
The wiring and the electrical, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, it says 1.171, 1 million.
Yeah, the 1.17 million.
Yeah,
Yeah, then that was for Ovivos. And then you have TSC Jacobs that does the installation.
okay. And the equipment lead time is 24 weeks. What does that mean?
I'm sorry?
The equipment lead time is 24 weeks from the approved
Yes.
submittals. That's how long it's gonna take to get the part?
Yes.
Wow, okay. That's all I have.
And just, how long does it take to make the $1,000 wiper replacement?
We have to drain the clarifiers every time we put someone inside of it. So we have to drain the clarifiers, go in, do the repairs, and then fill the clarifiers back up.
How
So
long
it's
does that take?
It's a 2-day process.
2 days? Okay. Yeah, because I know $1,000 a week sounds like a lot, but when you do $1,000 a week, it would take you 27 years to get to the $1.4 million. And so at some point you have to do the math. Your experience is valued. I can't be in a position where I can just say, without seeing something and verifying a number and go forward with it. And to me, this is backed up. If we can get a number before the next meeting or the next time, and I can see, I can look a citizen in the eye and say, hey, look, it's double the price. This was a no-brainer. But without knowing or seeing any tangible number of what new products or off services are out there for somebody else to come in to do this sole service provider, I do not feel comfortable due to the amount of money at $1.4 million. I think that this is something that we should take 30 more days and get this put behind us. And whatever the price increases in 30 days, prices go down too. I know that hasn't been the trend, but for it to peak, things go down. I think that this can wait 30 days, if we've been doing it for 6 months, to know that we made a decision with due diligence. So for those reasons, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this today, but I'll fully support it if I can see the other numbers by next meeting.
I have a question. You said we've dealt with them throughout, in the past. Have you ever done any other bidding, or have you always relied on them? Or if you've done the bidding, has it been a lot more, or
It's always been
with just the, okay.
Would it be safe to say that if somebody else could supply those parts, the 1.171 million, would that be a consistent number in your opinion?
If it could be compatible, I don't know how their system's gonna work.
Yeah.
We know how it works in the city system,
Mm-hmm.
and the city's had great luck with it.
Yeah. Sounds like they'd have a strong edge. feel like we need to check that one last box to say this isn't, if it was mine and your money, I'd say, let's go. This isn't our money, so I have to do my due diligence. That's it. And I urge this council to please wait 30 days with me and let's pass it with that next level of verification.
Mr. Moore, do you know of any other companies right away that we could contact?
Not right offhand. I'd have to go through and research to see who in the area does it locally.
And Jim, these have been in place for 28 years, is that right? And do you have any clue what we paid for it 28 years ago?
I don't know. It was when the plant was remodeled, that's when they put them in, back in 95, 94.
This sounds like a specialized company. And if you look up at the proposal here, it says Ovivo, worldwide experts in water treatment. And I trust our public works and Mr. Moore and our city staff and our city manager. And I would like to move forward with this. I think the longer we wait, we are taking a chance on the functioning of our wastewater plant. And I believe that this is compatible with the system that we have now. So I think that we should move forward on this. I really do. I don't think we should wait another 30 days. I think that, as I said, this is a very specialized company. So I would like to make a motion. I'm ready to go on this.
Okay, one quick, in the past, well, we've done no bidding, and obviously we have spent a significant amount of money for repairs or replacements. You have never had any complaints from anybody, city or anyone, that we did not do any other bidding or anything else?
Nobody.
Okay, then I'm for moving forward.
Okay. And a tagline of worldwide experts in water treatment does not mean that you're an expert. I trust that Ovivo would not be here. They're an excellent company. They've served us for 28 years, and I fully trust our Public Works Director, Mr. Moore. It's not a sign of not trust, but there's another step of just verifying for the citizens. I have to go another layer. So I hope, and I don't think you did take it as a lack of trust in any way. So I hope you understand. So thank you. With that,
I'd like to make a motion.
okay. And
That I would like to make a motion that we approve this. I think that it's a necessary item that we approve. And I think that we should approve the proposal from Oviva and Jacobs in the amount of $1,421,100. And this is for the completion and the rehabilitation of 2 clarifiers at the water reclamation facility. And I authorize the city manager to execute the same. So I'm making the motion.
I'll second.
just to clarify, that's no pun intended. That as written.
Yes.
Okay, because I want to make sure we got the motion. So got a motion by Councilmember Raymond and a second by Councilmember Davis to approve item number 4, proposal from Ovivo USA LLC in Jacobs North in the amount of $1,421,100. Having that, any other discussion, council? Any questions?
Is there a time limit on the ARPA funds for something along this line? Okay.
I do have one question for a city attorney. Sole source, the safer route, sole source needs to have strong justification, right? Is that?
Well, it needs to be justified.
Needs to have minimum justification. From what you're hearing, I'm erring on the side of caution. I'm not saying that it's unjustified by any means. From your legal opinion, you think it's when in doubt, do a little bit more due diligence and make sure that we've got some good verification.
And Mayor, I have to rely on the staff, on the technical aspects of this. You know, whether or not it truly is a sole source. You know, from what I'm hearing is that there's a specific design and specification from the prior company, Ovivo, however you pronounce it. And, you know, they have, you know, this technology. You know, at the end of the day, whether or not another, you know, the mechanical parts of the clarifier can be completed by another company is a technical engineering question. I don't know if that's the case or not, Mayor, from what I've heard. That's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know if you're taking it down to the concrete. I don't know if there's anything else that's proprietary that would, you know, lead you to the final conclusion that they are the sole source.
So from your opinion, you're relying on staff that they've met the criteria for a sole source, but haven't had a chance to really review and make sure.
No, I'm relying on staff's technical opinion that they indeed are a sole source based on, you know, the mechanical requirements. That there aren't any other companies that can provide the clarifier refurbishments for, as the manager indicated, the vehicle that the city purchased apparently a couple of, you know, 28 years ago. You know, when it was built 28 years ago, I'm assuming Ovivo, based on what Jim said, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that they came in and provided the whole system. Correct, Jim, or no? So, you know, at the end of the day, can some other company now come in and do the refurbishment, you know, without, you know, running afoul of, you know, Ovivo's technology and specs. I mean, I know from other utilities that I represent, once they acquire a system and that system needs to be refurbished, you know, going back to the original manufacturer as a sole source can be justifiable because you can't mix and match component parts successfully and economically. City of Cocoa is one example. Their utility system, when they buy systems, you know, they got to keep that system refurbished. I don't know if that's the case, Jim. I mean, it appears to be that's what staff is advising you, that there's only one way to do it, economically and feasibly. Well, I mean, council's relying on your professional opinion regarding that, whether they're, you know, it's a sole source. I mean, it's a technical question.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I
please.
feel like what we're going to end up with is we're going to be spending at minimum 1.4 million anyway. Because if we're going to have to go in and totally refurbish all of it or start over with something else, we're going to have that baseline, is the way I feel. And judging from my tours of the treatment plant, they've been making do with a lot of things for a long time. Not that that justifies a sole source, but I think that 1.4 million is going to end up being a baseline, no matter what way we go.
And it's not about bidding to save money. It's bidding because if I hear our city attorney correctly, if they're truly the only option, sole source is justified.
Mm-hmm.
But if there are other options and we chose sole source and it did not meet the criteria for sole source, we're going to wish we waited 30 days, because I have not heard or seen any verification other than his opinion. And he was very straight, says, it's my opinion. It's a double I'm not concerned about, even if it is double, even if the price is double, that doesn't mean we necessarily are allowed to go sole source. And that's why I think our city attorney is trying to help. And from what I'm seeing this timeline, this 100% can wait 30 days. But city attorney, I know you were talking with our public works. I don't know if you got all your questions answered.
The only other question I just need to bring up that I just caught in this, and on the pricing, there's not included in the pricing is any bonds, like a performance bond, which you normally get for the projects of this size. Is there and the performance bond protects city's interest, the completion of the project. So it may or may, it's currently the way the proposal is written, it's not included in the pricing. It's advisable to have a performance bond, but my guess is the price would go up slightly. I mean, nothing like significant, but they'll probably unless they're willing to eat the cost of the performance bond, they tend to put them into the pricing.
Jim, could you come up to the microphone?
Whatever we want.
From what I'm understanding, it's a material, VBO only provides the material. This is like with me going to Borderline or to Ace Hardware and ordering material, it comes in, and that's what.
Who's constructing it?
Huh?
Who's doing the construction? Jacobs?
Jacobs is installing.
Is there a performance bond in their pricing?
No, they don't have one in their pricing.
They want to follow up with them on that.
Okay.
If I may bring up a point, cost-wise, if they went back out and this thing cost $2.8 million, I have 2.6 million, and I don't get my other 2.6, the remainder of it, until October or November. I'm just going to make you aware that if this goes to 2.8, we're not going to be able to do this right now, and because we won't have the other money. I can't spend money I don't have, so I won't have the other. I'm not supposed to get the money till the other 2.6 till the earliest is October, probably November. The government says 12 months from your last lump sum. So we got this in like October 1st last year. So I'm waiting on October to get the last 2.6 million.
Are you saying, well, if it's 2.8, I think we go back with these guys. We don't do 2.8 million.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
That's good info.
Yeah,
I understand.
and I'm just telling you the timing of the money, Mayor. That's all.
Makes sense. And city attorney, it is advisable to have a performance bond. In your experience, it does increase the
Yeah, typically in
price.
utility contracts, especially one of this size, there usually is a bond of some kind, just to provide a layer of protection. It's required on certain contracts, but it usually is provided. That's something I think the city may want to follow up on if it moves forward with this particular contract. I also have another question, Mayor.
Please.
Jim, just a question. I noticed in Avivo's proposal that they specifically state they own all of the original drawings and information, have them in the database. And you indicated that they also designed all the mechanical equipment that goes within the concrete structure.
Yes.
Right, to fit the the concrete structure. And so if the city were to, well, I'm assuming then what they're doing on this refurbishment is providing the same materials based on those previous engineering plans and specs and technology that they own.
That's correct, except with the new upgrades.
So if another company had to come in your opinion, does that mean that they would have to re-engineer in order to provide the mechanical clarifying equipment for
They would
this
have to
tank?
re-engineer it and repower it and repump it, redesign motors.
So would there be based on your experience, would there be then an engineering cost if some other company came in to do this work, assuming they can engineer it?
Yes, it would. They all charge an engineering fee on projects. We have to get something engineered.
I don't see that in Ovivos.
They don't have it because they have the engineered drawings already.
Thank you.
The city's already
That's my question.
purchased them. They've already purchased them one time.
That's my question.
To go to a competitor, we purchase them again from a competitor,
Or would they,
if they're willing to.
have they ever discussed with you a willingness to let you use the plans and specifications that they own, some other company,
We
to
haven't.
come in and design the mechanical equipment?
We have
Probably
not
not.
asked them that question.
Probably not, but I'm just curious whether you had that conversation.
So the compatibility with the rehab and the plans and the plant is an important point because this is already done. And probably they have some type of a copyright on those materials, I would assume. I mean, I don't normally think that large companies like this just hand over their materials and their work to another company. I wouldn't think so.
But that's the thing, we're all assuming. He hasn't asked if another company will take the engineering plans. We don't know what the original cost was, and with that, the contract, we might have ownership of those plans in the original contract that we signed. It might set, and most contracts are very onerous and favorable to the city. It says the city owns all work product and documentation. And so, but we don't know. And we are going off of opinion, and that's why, I mean, our city attorney has had some questions, and I don't see the risk of 30 more days to iron this out, to get the performance bond, which our city attorney has advised to add in on the installation. But until we ask another company, not bid, what could you do here? Just preliminary, or just do our own research without talking to another company. It might say fits the Anevo system, compatible. Elon Musk gave his entire plans open source for the electric car chassis out to the world. And so to think that companies don't do that isn't true. I agree, proprietary, but that still may not be enough reason to justify a sole source. And that's my biggest concern is, have we met the criteria of sole source? Have we done the due diligence to make sure that yes, this is emphatically a sole source project? Yes, please.
Out of curiosity, I know you said you don't know an actual amount. Do we have a guesstimate or an idea how much the performance bond will increase? How much it would be? Any idea how much it is?
Be a percentage of the contract.
Okay.
Anthony, wouldn't that be more like 50K to 100K? I'm just thinking back. It's hard to say, but it's yeah. It's usually small, like between 50K and 100K. I know 4 or
Jim,
5 years ago we did some of that.
15%. But they have to, surety company was bonded for whatever, 110%.
But we wouldn't need it for Ovivo. We would need for the company actually doing the work, which is a significant, smaller amount, right? So it wouldn't be that much, okay.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, the way it's written, but I'd have to look at it.
Jim, I noticed that it said there was a 30-day time limit on this proposal. Do you think, in your opinion, it's reasonable to go back to them and say, hey, council had a question. It's an incomplete bid without the bond information. Do you feel confident that they could come back with that extension without penalizing us for that, asking for that more completed information about the bond?
The reason why that was on there is because of material costs going up. And they'll want to hold it 30 days. After that, then they'll increase it, whatever the market is at that time.
We have until June 2nd. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that the 30-day mark? Our council meeting is on the 21st.
Excuse me,
One,
Mayor,
two.
I think that Jeff.
It's
Rapp-
less than 2 weeks away.
Yeah,
If-
excuse me,
I
Mayor.
can't
Jeff-
imagine the cost going up.
I
that
think
much.
Jeff
I
would like to say
understand,
something.
yes. Councilmember Davis wanted to speak, and
It might be difficult to get another quote in 30 days. I mean, Jim has to do the research. They'll have to come out and inspect the clarifiers. They'll have to look at whatever documents we have. And based on our SRF projects, getting anything within 30 days is very difficult. I'm just saying you may not have another quote in 30 days.
I
It might be
understand.
60 days.
I don't think you're gonna get
Well-
it in 60.
a reliable quote at that. But I'm more interested in, have we met the criteria for a sole source? Not cost, not how long it takes to get a quote, not that they're the best in the business, not that we trusting you two, who I do very much. I don't want to put ourselves in a situation. And I think our city attorney has already pointed out some concerns in here at a cursory review. Perhaps he has more if he takes a closer look at this. But if the cost of waiting 30 days, the best case scenario would be we wait 30 and we end up going with them and get these loose ends buttoned up and verify, and we can approve it. And I'm always willing to meet before June 2nd to get that. This is $1.4 million. I'm willing to meet to lock the city into a good deal if this is what it is.
I don't think we should move it forward without the performance bond. That needs to happen.
Well, and that's why we're discussing. Just to repeat, we do have a motion on the floor to adopt it as written. Item number 4 on the consent agenda. I'm willing to meet sooner before the 30 days so that, and even if it's not a hard estimate, at least to get justification to the sole source, legal approved justification would be my preference. And I don't think that our public works director has gotten legal approval, not that you needed it, but in this case, due to the amount of money, it seems like a wise thing to do, to have Anthony say, yes, this meets the criteria of a sole source.
With getting a performance bond, I mean, they would comply with that. They wouldn't have an issue with doing that. That's something they could add in almost immediately.
Yeah, we can call them tomorrow.
They could add the performance.
Absolutely. But again, I wouldn't bank on that 30 days. It's not gonna happen. I mean, these guys are busy and we gotta find out who else does it. You gotta come out and inspect the clarifiers. You gotta look at what drawings we have. It's not gonna be 30 days.
But we don't need to go 30 days if we realize that it meets the criteria of a sole source. Then tomorrow, Anthony might review this in a day of best and go, you met all the criteria. He was kind of working through it tonight, and I would feel more comfortable. And if we've met the criteria, which means, as I understand it, there was no other option, then we can move forward. But I would want to review that and make sure it's it's good. So,
Add the bond, performance bond on and certain meets the criteria, and maybe we could, and in a week or two.
the-
Or-
The performance bond is just an issue of money. I mean, their proposal says they will provide additional security, including a bond for an additional cost. You just don't have the additional cost in the agenda item, so it's just a question of money on the performance bond, not a question of whether they provide it.
But we're approving it for one.
It'll be more than that, absolutely.
I mean, I understand the issue of sole sourcing, but to me, because this company has been there from the beginning, they own the plans, they know how, they're the only ones that know how to do this. I think we have met the criteria. In my view, in my opinion.
Yes, and in our public works opinion, and I think just haven't had our city attorney's opinion, which is pretty important. So, okay, well, I think in 30 days, if we can add get whatever the city attorney's language for performance bond added to make it comfortable, and then also verify that this is a great project to do sole source, we can approve it as written in 30 days and not go out and try to get other bids.
We already have a motion.
I understand.
Yeah,
We're
so-
discussing that motion, and I'm explaining why I don't want to support that motion, and I'm presenting an alternative. So we have to do something with the motion on the floor. I understand. And aren't you glad we discussed it? Because we learned some more new information here.
How do we pass this if we don't know what the cost?
Well, I'm personally gonna oppose it because I'm recommending that we bring it back, verify that it's sole source, add the language the city attorney wants, and approve it with those additions in 30 days, and then you don't have to go get other quotes. If he realizes, no, this isn't a sole source, or the surety, the bond raises it dramatically, which I don't anticipate, well, then we have to go out to another quote. So the rational, logical next step to me is make sure those two boxes are checked, and we'll approve it as written. I'm hoping that's exactly what happens.
I have a question for Attorney Garganese. What are the consequences of approving a sole source and it not meet that criteria?
The consequences technically would be some other interested party that was interested in doing the work was not given an opportunity to competitively bid the project. So, typically that comes in the form of bid protests, injunction actions, stuff like that. So those are the consequences. From a practical standpoint, competitive bidding standpoint, from a financial consequence, an auditor could ding you. John could talk to you about that. If the auditor felt that there wasn't justification, that's why you do justifications for the bids, lowest and best bidder, sole source, piggyback. You have an adequate paper trail. Staff's giving you a paper trail. They've given you an opinion on their sole source. So there is, justification that's being presented to council. Whether or not it rises to that level and you all are comfortable with sole source, that's your decision to make. So, those are two consequences. Okay. Other interested contractors being denied an opportunity to at least bid and, getting dinged on an audit.
A lot of other contractors really you don't know if there was any other company.
No, because it's already Ovivo equipment in the clarifiers. And that was the reason why we went back with Ovivo.
It has to do with compatibility, correct? And that's what I thought that I understood from the city attorney, that this is justified because of the compatibility and because of the plans that were already done by this company, so that we wouldn't have to redo the entire thing. that it was a more economical, feasible way, practical way to upgrade it. Thank you.
That I don't think that economic savings, I agree, Avivo should be, if they had to bid on this, they would have a strong competitive edge against anybody for all the reasons we said. But that doesn't mean it supports and justifies that you have to use them. I'm not convinced that we have to use them. If they leave the minimum bricks up and that, and they say, hey, that's our system, and he's saying refurbish, and they're leaving minimum there, and they're calling it their system, I would do the same thing if I was them. I hope that we check the box on whether or not our attorney believes that this is not right for another contractor, as Councilmember Willis's question was answered by him, to see it as didn't meet the criteria. I don't know what state statute, if it addresses this, but that's where I am. And to add in the language and with the bond and approve it with those changes in 30 days, I will feel much better. So for those reasons, I'm going to oppose it. Any other discussion, council?
How we can approve something when we don't know the final cost? Without the bond. How can we approve this amount of money when we don't know if that is going to be the amount of money?
Wow, you just do it, and then you end up getting, in issues, or the city attorney can navigate us out of them later. But I agree with you.
Can we do that? Approve something that we don't know the final cost of?
I mean, the council could approve it and approve a contingency amount to increase the budget to cover an estimated cost of a performance bond. And if the cost comes back consistent with the total budget authorization of the council, then we're fine. Otherwise, we have to come back and get additional authorization on the total cost amount. But you would be, trying to pin the tail on the donkey, so to speak, trying to, estimate. It would be like 1.1421 million plus, not to exceed $250,000 for the cost of the performance bond.
And we know what number they're going to pick when you do not exceed, right?
Well,
But it sounds like it might be standardized, so.
Well, I don't see the harm in, it absolutely needs to be done. It's been there for 28 years. We've got our money's worth out of it. It needs to be done. But I just think if we could get this right with the right amount of money first, and, that it's a sole bid, however you say that. Like, in your opinion it is. But I'm sure technology has changed in 28 years. Maybe there is a company out there that could do the work. I just want to, I definitely think it needs to be done. And we have, the ARPA money to do it. I just want to do it right so it doesn't come back to bite us later.
The words on sole source that I was looking up is no reasonable alternative exists. No reasonable alternative.
Well, then you have to define reasonable.
I know.
Another $1 million, is that unreasonable?
I agree, but we don't know. That we're not in a good position. We don't have any, if a company says, Jim, I know you said it would be double, but you didn't even give me a chance. You didn't even let me give an estimate. That's just easy. And I think, again, I will meet in 10 days. I will meet in 5 days and push this through as fast. I do not want to hold staff up.
I agree. If we have to meet in 5 days, let's just get it right.
So you're suggesting that we hold off and add the performance bond
Exactly. and know the exact amount of money that we're losing.
But this quote expires June 2nd.
If they're gonna play hardball with us and not give us we can get it done before June 2nd, but if they're not gonna give us 5 days, 10 days, that doesn't say a lot about their company respectfully. I think they're a professional company. They do a great job. And I think that they can see we're trying to work through legitimate issues and concerns. I think they're gonna work with us.
If I may just add this from a financial perspective, is since this is ARPA money and it does not affect our budget, and like Mayor Pro Tem Kellerman asked, well, could we do it now and then after the fact add the bond? Budgetarily, yes, because ARPA money is not a part of our budget, and council could use ARPA money on any wastewater, stormwater project that they deem, which you already have basically done in November when we gave you the recommended list, and you supported stormwater, wastewater pretty much at tilt. So the only point I'm making is the budget is not a concern because we are not affecting the budget. Because the money's not part of the budget, which is a beautiful thing that any finance director would love to have for a lifetime. But anyway, that's all I wanted to add. Yeah.
You asking with the motion, is there a way to amend your motion, including the fact that the performance bond is done?
To include a reasonable and customary performance bond?
Of course, of course.
Yeah, so we would need City Attorney, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you would need to make a motion to amend with whatever that amendment is to the main motion.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
I make a motion to amend.
I have a question for Anthony. Before tonight, did you go over this?
Just as part of doing a cursory review tonight before the meeting and looking at the agenda item. I haven't had any, direct, conversations with the staff about this until tonight.
I think couldn't we wait and let Anthony talk to the staff, get the performance bond and all that straightened and come back and approve it in 5 days or?
I think that we can move forward with the amendment that we would add on the performance, because I think that Anthony is here right now. I think that this is a good idea. This is the time for us to discuss and to ask questions to the attorney. I don't think that we need to add attorney fees to our budget. In some months, there have been about $8,000 added just by calling the attorney. I have called the attorney 0 times in 5 years to ask specific questions. This is our time to ask questions and to get this straightened out.
Well, I've been told that we ask questions before the meeting, so I don't understand, but with
Or during.
the cost of, to Councilmember Willis's question, the cost is if we got a lawsuit, if it's 1,000, 10,000, 20, Anthony's gonna have to go defend that. He's gonna have to defend the city, and that cost could far exceed waiting 5 days to do this. So I don't think anything I'm hearing from Anthony, it'll be money well spent to make sure that 1.4 million is buttoned up and we have met. If you haven't done a little research on sole source, statute states come down on this hard and they say, when in doubt, bid out. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying we'll give our attorney a chance to look at this closely and make sure that, hey, this is 1.4 million. We can stand by this.
We've
And
never had a problem in the city with sole source. We've never had that
that's
problem.
not a good reason not to do it today.
But we've never, I'm just saying, we have our professional staff.
And I don't
We
even know if
have
that's
our
true.
attorney who is already, you've asked the questions.
Mhm.
And I think that he gave us an idea and explained about this particular company being compatible. We also heard that if we were to go out to another company, it could cost double or triple the amount because of the designs. And this particular company obviously owns those designs, and it's compatible with what we need.
But we don't know what the cost is. If you can't show who's filing suit on us that we went out and actually got estimates or anything, I don't feel comfortable with that. And I didn't hear our attorney say absolutely, this is in his opinion, crystal clear.
I would feel better if we had that opinion from our attorney that protects us.
I'm trying to take away, the time is the pain on your side, is we don't want to lose time. I'm willing to narrow down on the time. We can move forward with this if those boxes get checked, and it won't shock me if more gets discovered when he actually digs in a little bit deeper to help improve it, to make it better.
And I don't see why we can't meet in 5 days or 6 days or 7 days. You don't have to wait for 30 days, but just make sure we got it right.
So City Attorney, you hear us wrestling with this, and you see where we are. Are there any recommendations that you'd have on how to address we've got a time concern, we don't want to delay, and we've got the fact that you gave it a cursory review. I think a more in-depth review would be advantageous due to the amount of money that's being spent and the issues that you've raised in addition to the ones we've heard today. So if you have a recommendation, we'd love to hear it.
I mean, obviously, Mayor, it is a lot of money. You know, I understand the sole source issue. It has to be, you know, a reasonable, you know, decision that's made. You know, you look at things as practicality, feasibility, a lot of different factors on sole source. You know, it's an important decision to make. One thing I didn't mention, Councilman Willis's comment about consequences. Tonight we learned that, you know, the funding for this project's coming from opera. So as an opera expense, right, you know, there are rules. Now I know non-competitive bids, I believe are supposed to have competitive bids, but you can have a non-competitive bid in situations when there's an available single source, right? I'm sure you looked at the rule on that. So, you know, the determination that you're making tonight also, you know, if there's ever an opera expenditure audit, you know, the decision that's made on sole source may be examined as well.
Maybe what as well, I'm sorry?
Excuse me?
Maybe what as well? I didn't hear.
Examined.
Thank you.
So how we use the federal funds if audited, what do we get in total? What do we have access in total to right now? 2.6 or
2.6, but by October 1st, we'll have 5.2 million.
so when they see the 1.4, over 20% of the amount, it's large.
Oh,
ticket
yeah, it
items.
doesn't, you could spend the
So-
money however you want. You could spend $5.2 million on one project.
Right. I feel better. The more we talk through this, the more we learn, so.
I also assume that our finance director has looked at all of the conditions about the ARPA funds, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And my feeling on sole source is that, and since I've been the finance director, we only use sole source when, like, we can't find a reasonable competitor who could come in. And if something is so unique, and of course, time is always of the essence. Time is of the essence even more now than it's ever been, because everything just keeps escalating. As council will find out when we present the new budget to you on July 1st, things are chemicals, the price of everything is crazy. So, but sole source wise, the consequences, you know, I'm not an attorney, but based on what I see, I don't see any consequences here because of the scope of the job, the uniqueness of the job, and how the job will have to be performed. And I do agree. The thing that concerns me is like what Jim said, is that if this thing costs like twice as much, 2.8 million, or even if it costs 2.2 million, if we if we delay this and we feel though that our sole source is solid, but we delay this 2 or 3 months, we might end up paying 1.8 or 1.9 million dollars for this. Because I don't know what the economy is going to do in materials. And I'm going to give you one other good thing that happened that I've been working with Jeff with with the state. SRF 5055, I went into the state to delay our debt payment and they approved it pretty much, Jeff, right on the spot, pretty much right on the spot. You know why? Because on the jobs under 5055, the materials, they're having problems getting the materials, so they can't charge us a payment before we even get halfway through the job. So that's going to save the city $41,000 in the budget next year. So we got that, but I'm just trying to show you what's going on behind the scenes. I mean, materials and inflation and everything else it's extremely concerning. So that's from my perspective. But sole source, you know, in this instance, I think it's the right call. You know, I think the due diligence has been done. I do believe too the performance bond though is an important issue to keep the liability away from the city, but that's my opinion on it.
So when we talk to the delay, 5 days from now, things wouldn't change drastically. If we could get the,
We have until June 2nd of that price.
well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, if you have a
June
30-day
2nd.
guarantee, if you have a 30-day guarantee, the mayor's right. I mean,
Trying to get it
but
all-
that's, you know, if that's what council wants to, of course, that's your decision if you want to come back and relook at it and, you know, vote on it, whatever.
So what do we have a
That's-
motion and a second on the floor. How do we?
Yep. Well, we haven't had an amendment yet, but I'm ready to take it. Yes, it's no reasonable, the justification that I've seen here says that they own all the original drawings and information and will provide these re-up services. That's the paper trail amongst the public comment. That's not strong enough for me. We say it's double. We have no evidence that it's double. We say that they own the documents. We haven't verified the original contract. That actually, what if we find out the original contract says, no, the city owns those documents? We have not verified whether or not what if there are 5 other companies out there that can do this, that will take the Ovivo framework and they're able to come in and install it? We don't know. We haven't verified any of this information. And that puts us in a very weak position. I'm trying to say, let's wait till the rational next step is to make sure, get the language right in this contract, how the city attorney feels good. And my request is to verify, to write up a small justification around this or any more that makes this council feel comfortable. Like, this is the justification. This to me is vague and it is unverified. A stronger justification will give me everything I need to approve this before the deadline, June 2nd. And in a best case scenario, ask them if this is good for staff. I wouldn't want to put us in a situation. If they are willing to wait till the next council meeting, that completely eliminates all the arguments on, us having to meet together, which I haven't heard that today, but I'm willing to meet a week from today. But
But the problem is they're saying they may not get another bid within.
no, I'm
So-
not recommending another bid. I am saying
I'm
make
sorry.
sure that it's sole source, that
Okay,
we don't have, make sure that we don't have to get another bid, and make sure that the language is right for the attorney. If that goes, yes, this justification is good, this is what we can defend why we did sole source, and then here's the amendments to the contract with the performance bond. I'm ready to approve that contract, because now I can say, look, we've got a strong justification for sole source. Today, I don't see it. So got a motion on the floor to approve it as written. Got a second. We've talked about amendments. What do we want to do with this?
Well, I could support coming back in a week if you can justify the arguments given, put them in paper as part of this with the added surety bond,
And I just want to,
performance bond.
if staff wants to meet in a week. That might actually become more of a hassle if that's okay with council. If I would want to do what staff prefers on meeting,
Well, the staff prefers that we go ahead and vote this, but
but the next, but out
Yeah,
of waiting to the next, maybe they prefer in 3 days, or maybe they prefer.
well, whatever,
I don't want to
whatever,
just throw 5 days. out.
whatever time period, a week,
Exactly.
2 weeks, you know.
Whatever's best for staff. Seconds. Yeah, we can,
Table it, postpone it. If you want to defer and let staff come back on the issue of sole source, I mean, you have a motion on the floor, you can postpone the decision until staff is ready
so
to
we
bring it
don't
back.
lock staff into time. What's the say you go and you just do it at your pace whenever, what's the fastest meeting we could call? Would it be in
48 hours.
a special meeting?
Right.
And then you have that and you check in with us, and if we can meet, at least we get a quorum, we meet. And you kind of control the clock, opposed to trying to bind you into a certain date.
Yeah, if it's council's wish to hold back on this, postpone for this, I would ask for that leeway for staff to work with Ovivo on this time frame, considering that it might just work out for the next council meeting. Or maybe it won't, and we have to meet sooner. If that's council's wish, give us that latitude to figure that out.
That was my biggest concern, is we're tossing dates around, but you're the ones that are gonna.
You could do it both ways. Without objection, you can just withdraw the motion and then postpone it as the manager indicated, or you can leave the motion on the table and postpone the meeting. So when it comes back up again, then the motion will be brought back up at that time. So you can do it both ways.
But if we table it and the changes aren't made, nothing changes, then we can just vote that motion that Councilmember Raymond put in. But if changes are made, and it sounds like there are, we're gonna have to do something with that and start it. So,
So
okay.
either way is procedurally correct.
So I think she can withdraw it, or we can table it and keep the motion on the table.
It's cleaner, but you can withdraw the motion with the unanimous consent of all of the council,
Okay,
because you had a motion and a second. So the motion now belongs to the council, right,
Mhm.
as a body. So it would require unanimous consent to just withdraw it.
okay. Did you,
And then you have a clean slate.
Councilmember Raymond, are you okay with
leave it.
withdrawing it and letting staff run the timeline?
That's fine. Thank you. That's fine. If that's what you want to
Thank
do. I
you.
mean, we spent
I
a
don't
long
wanna
time
do
on
it.
it. And so that's
Yeah.
what we want to do. That's fine. I will not be at another meeting about this though, because I'm out of
Thank
town.
you. Councilmember Davis, are you okay with that,
I
withdrawing
think,
it?
I think the best idea would be to table it until we can get the
He
information.
said it's cleaner to just withdraw it,
Okay,
just to withdraw it.
okay.
So we've got this motion on the floor. Councilmember Willis, are you okay with withdrawing it?
Yes, I'm fine with
Pro Tem? Looks like I have unanimous consent to do it. So any roll call needed?
Nope.
Nothing?
No roll
City
call.
Clerk, did you get what you needed?
Mhm.
Okay, so the motion to adopt consent agenda item number 4 has been withdrawn. Now, we need do we need to do anything else with it, or just,
Motion to postpone.
okay, looking for a motion to postpone item number 4?
I make a motion to postpone item 4.
I'll second.
And that's on that gives the manager the discretion to bring it back
At an appropriate
at the
time.
appropriate time.
Okay. Does that reflect your motion, Councilmember Willis, that your motion is to postpone until the city manager decides to bring it back at the most appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay. City Clerk, is that okay? I know we're changing motions.
Yeah.
Does that reflect your second, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay, got a motion on the floor and a second to postpone and to allow the city manager to bring it back at the appropriate time for item number 4. Any other questions? Move on. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay. Motion to postpone item number 4 passes 5-0. Now, the second item that was withdrawn was from the consent agenda item by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Item number 6. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you. I just had some questions for Molly, on what exactly we're looking to do with this. I think it's really interesting and, it's something that's worthwhile, but, you know, the history of it and, what exactly, there you are. What exactly you're looking for council to do? Light flashed.
Good.
At this point, with what they had sent us, the leadership of Gadonia is just kind of looking to see if we're equally interested in exploring a future relationship.
Mhm. And it costs money?
Nothing.
No.
It does not cost money.
Okay. So we're just continuing the relationship with this city as far as, there was the connecting our youth education and reconnecting the aerospace in this institutions and exploring that. So are these things that are ongoing? Is it going to happen or are we waiting for the?
They're waiting on us.
uh,
And then they have an election coming up next month where they're going to kind of, not too unlike us, have a very new, fresh council for the first time in a long time. So what that council decides to do, we'll find out when they are seated. But the preliminary discussions, one of the names on here, Federico Luciano, was one of the gentlemen that Stephanie and I met with virtually that's over there. He is the leader of their youth movement. And he is one of the ones that kind of found this old program, dusted it off, and thought that it would be a really good opportunity to connect our two communities. Their focus is very much not just the previous things that I found in the minutes kind of, it was a lot of pomp and circumstance in the past. It was a lot of gift giving. There was people going back and forth. That hasn't been brought up in any of these new conversations that we're having. It's really about being realistic and connecting the youth, the students, not just elementary and pre-K, but our local colleges and universities. This city is the hub for Rome. It is when it comes to aerospace. So putting them even in contact, whatever universities they have locally there, one of which being, in Rome, it would be advantageous to our students that are going to FIT to have kind of a portal where they can connect to different aerospace companies overseas as well. So at this point, there's no cost, there's nothing, we're not trying to I'm not recommending getting involved with SCI. I think we can do this organically, and I think it would be a lot better in the long run for both.
And is this something we could use like in summer camp for the kids, that they could do projects that would include these people, things like that? And, the high school thing how would we as a city get involved in that? Means we don't have a high school here, it's in Cocoa Beach.
We would have to partner with the city of Cocoa Beaches.
Yeah. So that would all be part of this program.
If that's the way that it decides to go, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I just had a couple questions about it, and I think it's worthwhile that we stick with it, That's
Okay,
all I have.
That's all you had? Okay, Member Pro Tem. Councilmember Raymond, looks like you.
I just was curious, how did you meet with Federico Luciano?
It started off with a conversation with the first gentleman on that list, Giovanni Cordao. He goes back and forth. He actually lives here, but he was born in Gadonia. And he is, to to say he's an overachiever is very much an understatement. He's very politically active. He's very socially active, both over here stateside and over in Italy. And one of his big goals is kind of, bridging the gaps in the youth generations. So he initiated the first set of phone calls, and then we've met, I think 3 or 4 times via the internet.
Just curious, thank you. I'm very much in favor of it. I think any relationships that we have with other countries, I think it just helps our cultural understanding and creates an openness for us and our citizens. And I think it's very important. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis or Davis, anything? No? Questions? I have one question. I think Councilmember Willis might have.
Do we need to respond back to them and say, hey, whenever you have your election,
Yep.
get
Mayor,
back to us?
I'm going to come to you next. I just want to make sure that you heard all the questions.
That
Your
was-
question is a good one, and that's my question was to ask the city manager to weigh in on exactly just that.
Thank you. Based on the consensus that I'm reading of the council, I think it would be appropriate for staff to create a letter from the office of the mayor, which says, we appreciate the offer of continuing a relationship and are interested in doing so. Please coordinate any necessary next steps with Mrs. Molly Thomas. We wish you success with your new city government coalition effort. Sincerely, Mayor Wes Morrison. If that's in the motion, we'll be glad to draft that letter for your signature.
That's basically the letter says, please tell us what you would like for us to do. Then you think this is a good idea.
Absolutely. This is, especially since how much time I spent really just trying to get caught up on the sister city relationship. For each one of the sister cities that they had established a relationship with, there was some type of reasoning. This was the only one that made sense to me with fresh set of eyes because of our business connections. Obviously, the one that struck me as the most interesting was the third one, which was Ithaca, Greece. And the only reason that we became a sister city with them was because the mayor at the time donated money for them to do something at like a children's hospital or some type of youth support program. She donated money, and their response, their thank you was to reach out through Sister Cities International, and then thus we became sister cities with them. This with Gadonia, at least we have actual things in common.
Thank you. Well, hearing no more questions, it looks like we're going to need a motion to direct the city manager and supporting staff to draft a letter from the mayor's office as he outlined, basically requesting the next steps, and we are interested in moving forward. And so
I'll make a motion that we do all that.
a motion to draft a letter on behalf of the mayor as outlined.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Willis to draft a letter on behalf of the mayor's office for item number 6 in the consent agenda. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4. With that, the motion passes 5-0. That wraps up our consent agenda items at this time. We are 10 minutes till 8 o'clock. We are going to be moving into the public hearing portion of the meeting, which we have 3 items and an item for action, and then we will be finished. I know that a couple of these are second readings, which I anticipate will move smoother. It's not our first time. But council, if you'd like, before we get into the public hearings, can we take a 10-minute recess and we come back full steam ahead and knock them out? I know we're reaching that 2-hour point. Is that okay? Good. Okay, so we'll do a 10-minute research, come back. Let's call it 8 o'clock. right, it is 8:01. We're all ready. We can go ahead and get started back. We're at the public hearing portions of the meeting. And the first one up is item number 7, ordinance number 03-2022. Mr. City Attorney, if you're ready.
Second reading of ordinance 03-2022. And it's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending the city code to modify the compensation of the mayor and council members effective December 1, 2024, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation to the code, severability, and an effective date. And this is second and final reading of this ordinance. We discussed it, I think, pretty much in detail at the last meeting. If there are any further questions, we would be happy to answer them. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Before we get a public comment, City Council, any questions for staff? Okay. With that, the public hearing item will go to public comment. You don't need a card because it's a public hearing item. If there's anyone here that'd like to speak, please come forward. Seeing none here, I'll go to the Deputy City Clerk, who is shaking his head no. Online, no one is willing to speak. Back to council. If we're good, no discussion, looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt it. Oh, yeah.
Ordinance number.
Yeah, ordinance number 03-2022.
Seconded.
Okay. Got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt ordinance number 03-2022 on second and final reading. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Ordinance number 03-2022 passes 5-0. Moving on to public hearing item number 8. Your City Attorney.
Okay, this is also second reading. Ordinance number 04-2022. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Chapter 74 of the Code of Ordinances related to traffic and vehicles to create a new Article 4, operation of golf carts and low-speed vehicles on roads, authorizing the operation of golf carts on specifically designated city roadways by subsequently adopted City Council resolution, providing definitions, providing for restrictions, certain minimum equipment, registration, inspection, and insurance requirements for golf carts, recognizing low-speed vehicles are allowed on roads unless otherwise prohibited, providing for enforcement, providing for repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code, severability, and an effective date. This is, again, second reading of the ordinance. There haven't been any changes to the ordinance, I don't believe, since first reading. However, I just want to bring one small change that the commander is recommending that's not in this draft. He is recommending that on page 6 of 9, where in subsection 74-80, where it lays out the minimum requirements of golf carts, you will see where subparagraph G says brake lights if operated between sunset and sunrise. We would like that to read brake lights and tail lights. Was a recommendation from the commander if operated between sunset and sunrise.
Okay. City Attorney, any more on this?
No, be happy to answer any further questions.
Council, any questions for city staff?
I do.
Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Okay, I've tried to do some research and contact FHP in different places to get statistics on how many accidents involve golf carts. Unfortunately, depending on how they fill out the traffic accident report and they check off certain boxes, it doesn't clarify that it is actually a golf cart that's involved in the accident. I have talked to several law enforcement officers that are advising that golf carts are not safe, that there are a lot of accidents and they would not recommend them. Another thing I'm It was, different things have been proposed that it would alleviate some of the parking issues for the city. I was driving down A1A and happened to notice some golf carts in that. So I took the liberty of taking pictures, and this would not help our parking situation at all. You can pass them down if you'd like. Because the golf carts are taking up they are taking up a spot for which a vehicle would go in. Another issue, so there's one that was down, I don't know the city limits, one was down by Ichabod's, that's the top right. Top left is A1A and 192, and the rest are all at Vieira. So that's just something to consider, that it would not actually alleviate, or I don't feel it would, because they will be taking the spots, a parking spot. Second, or third, whatever I'm on, I have an issue with dividing the west from the east side. I think that's something that I would not agree with, and I don't know that FDOT would allow them to be crossing. So I think what I'm going to suggest is that we have a traffic safety study. I think by doing this traffic safety study, it's going to help us with the appropriate decision. It's going to advise if in fact golf carts are safe in the city, and it's something that council can rely on, so that once we do make this decision about golf carts, that it takes some responsibility off of us, and it would go on to the agency that did the traffic safety study. As far as having golf carts, if you want to upgrade your golf cart to follow Florida statute, then by all means. But until that point, I don't see changing, so I'm against the ordinance for a lot of reasons, and I would suggest that we table it until we get a traffic safety study. I don't think FDOT would do anything with A1A until we have one, and there's no rush for this. So I think we need to look at all options before we make a decision.
Councilmember Davis, will you clarify? I was just taking notes on your, and thank you for going through the order, but the last one, when you talked about the east and the west side with FDOT,
Yeah.
your concern there is that,
Well,
if you don't mind repeating?
yeah, you're not in certain places, you're not going to be able to cross A1A. So you've got the west staying on the west side, you've got the east on the east side. So, and then to me, it's just separating the city into two sides.
Got it. Okay. So when you called, just to recap, to verify, any accidents or things, the places you call weren't able to really tell a difference. They can tell you when accidents happen, but they weren't able to decipher whether or not it was a golf cart.
Right.
But overall, from your conversations with law enforcement, is that the majority you speak to think that they are unsafe.
Yes, and I've looked at, if you go online, there's several different videos. You can see different sheriff's office, different agencies talking about accidents. I know I've personally been in Vieira where a helicopter had to come in and take a child away because he fell off the golf cart. So I just think that this city is not ready for them. Vieira is designed for golf carts, and they still have a lot of issues and a lot of accidents.
And they're 14-year-olds driving.
But I understand where we could put some restrictions on that, but we could put all the restrictions we want, and it doesn't mean they're going to comply. I mean, like we say, no dogs on the beach, there's still dogs on the beach. You're still, I think once we have them, I think you're going to have the 14-year-olds on them here and North Atlantic, and that is not a place for golf carts. So I think there will be issues, and I think the children and everything else will continue. I don't know that they'll necessarily comply with all that. So the safety is a factor for me.
So safety, the big one, from what you're hearing from law enforcement officers, and then also the big issue that A1A is a main highway that runs through our city.
Yeah.
As if you see it today, it's going to be difficult to cross A1A with golf carts the same way it is for walkers and bikers, it's dangerous for walkers and bikers. We're well aware of that. And then the third one was that the alleviate parking issues from your photographs. You don't see it doing that. So
No, if anything, the golf carts will take up more spots. So I don't see it, it was proposed that it would be beneficial and it would be helpful for our parking situation in the city. And I don't see that it would, because they will be taking up spots.
Okay, we'll all give any more on your point.
I'm
We can
good
come
for now.
back to you if you have any more or whatnot, but we'll go down the line and give everyone a chance to respond or add their own. Councilmember Willis?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to table the item I've been communicating with Jim Strohs, who's the District Traffic Operations Engineer for FDOT District 5. And he has laid out the criteria for allowing golf carts to cross A1A. But I would like to table the item so that we have that engineering study first. I'm very concerned about doing something for one side of the city that isn't applicable to all citizens. So those are my main concerns for it. Now, I would like to see the engineering study first
Okay,
before we
so,
move further.
and who is the gentleman that you had referenced has a
Jim
study?
Strohs, S-T-R-O-Z.
And
He's the District Traffic Operations Engineer for FDOT.
he has a study that, what, can you tell us a little bit more about the study?
Well, he doesn't necessarily have a study. He has the guidelines for
The guidelines,
getting
excuse me.
access or approval to cross A1A with a golf cart.
So those guidelines help cities draft policies that are
Well, you're
safer?
going to have to go to FDOT and get permission to cross A1A. So that it lays out how you go about that. And I've given a copy to the city manager as well, and I can certainly send a copy of all of it to each council member as well.
And so you've had a chance to read it?
Yes.
If we were to adopt that guideline, do you feel more comfortable with it?
Well, I want to have we have to do an independent traffic study first
Gotcha.
before we can go to FDOT.
Okay.
And my suggestion is that we table it until we can have that engineering study.
Okay, so today we could pass an ordinance that says you're not going to cross A1A because you can't until we get this done. You don't feel comfortable passing an ordinance until we're able to safely connect the whole city, which
I find it inequitable to
Okay.
do that and exclude one half of the city.
So on the west side of the city, the way it's written today, they could drive.
They can drive
Turn
on
out
private,
the woods,
they can drive on
Thurn,
private roads.
They could, well, we actually haven't got into where they drive.
But
we're
they can drive within private roads, neighborhoods such as Porta del Rio,
Mhm.
Bayside, Bayport. Those are all private streets. But they can't legally go on public streets.
Okay, got it. Councilmember Raymond, or anything else, Councilmember Davis, sorry, or Willis, sorry.
You're beginning to sound like my mother starts at the top of the list of the children and works her way down. But no, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. My main objection is safety. I think safety has to be our number one concern and top priority. I feel that the city could be taking on some liability with this issue. It's very difficult. You are absolutely correct to cross with walking or a bicycle. Today, I almost got killed twice, only twice today. The flashing lights at the corner of North Atlantic and Washington is where I was crossing, were the red flashing lights. I thought the red flashing lights meant that you're supposed to stop for people crossing North Atlantic. Well, some young man going down toward Canaveral didn't think that that was the right way that I was crossing the street. So it was very close. Anyway, I worry about North Atlantic, not necessarily worried about the presidential streets. I thought that what Lee and Al VC Domini explained the difference between the low speed vehicles and golf carts was very, very important for me. And she explained that she pays $600 a year to get the insurance and that she can take her golf cart anywhere. It has a license on it. And I think that's very important when we look at this. I have been approached all over the city. I do get around. People have come up to me in church and said, "Thank you, Angela, for voting no on golf carts. I don't think they belong in the city. One woman in particular, I have to tell you, has low vision and she cannot drive. And because of that, she walks the streets. And we don't have sidewalks on every single street. And for her to get around town, she walks. And she walks to the library frequently and different places. And she is afraid. She's afraid that she may get hit by a golf cart or a car or two. It's true. But I do think that we need to think about this because we know that people don't follow the rules. And I worry about the people that have the vacation rentals, and it includes a golf cart. And we know that 14-year-olds may be driving those golf carts. So I'm absolutely not in favor of putting golf carts on the roads. As I said, and as Kim says, that Viera is designed for that, but they are having big problems with the golf carts in Viera. I spoke to the chef. I was back in the kitchen last Thursday night, speaking to the chef at Flavor. He lives in Viera. I cannot tell you what he has to say about golf carts and what he has to say about the children racing on Stadium Parkway to race him to the stop signs. And then they can proceed to cross there on Stadium Parkway. He's definitely not in favor. But I really listened carefully to what he had to say because that was very significant for me. Everyone that I've talked to about this said, please vote no. And I am not in favor of this whatsoever, especially on North Atlantic. I have a lot of friends that live at Villages of Seaport and over at Solana Lakes. And they're afraid that if you have a golf cart that's going 10 or 14 miles per hour, that it's a danger. And what I've noticed recently, there are a lot more trucks on North Atlantic. A lot more trucks that I've seen. I'm riding every single day. And I think when you walk or ride a bike, you notice things. And I'm worried that people such as the man that didn't want to stop at the red flashing lights was very aggressive. And after I was across the street, he went flying down North Atlantic. He was very angry because he had to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. And so your big points are really safety, and just our streets as is are dangerous, and adding golf carts is going to make it more dangerous. Is
Yes.
that, if I understand you?
Correct. I say the ship has sailed. The city has not been designed for the use of golf carts on our streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure I understand. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Yes, we'll start with the parking. They're taking up a whole parking space because there is a whole parking space here. Also in Viera, they have parking spaces that are cut in half that 2 golf carts can fit in 1 parking space. So I think that would help alleviate parking. If, like we have motorcycle parking in certain areas, we could have golf cart parking that would put 2 golf carts in the space of 1. I think that would help. I think that I agree that we need a traffic study. I don't want anything unsafe to happen in the city. Statistically, if you look at accidents with golf carts, low-speed vehicles are much more dangerous than golf carts that sit lower down to the ground. They're heavier. Low-speed vehicles like Al and Lee's Vixinomines is very dangerous because they sit higher. And guess what? By Florida statute, they can drive wherever they want in our city, and they're much more dangerous. There's a company that's going to rent low-speed vehicles in our city that's just waiting for this to come to fruition or whatever, and they're going to rent them. My deal is, we have all the safety standards in the ordinance that Anthony wrote that cover everything the state requires. Insurance, lights, brakes, only certain times, only certain streets. It's just, it's not, I mean, it's so covered that with insurance and a traffic study, which I agree, covers the city. I just think that, you know, for the people in my neighborhood and Ocean Woods and all that, that want to drive their golf cart up to Circle K to get a gallon of milk without breaking the law, they have rights too. They live here. They don't want to, I mean, it takes, golf carts are not cheap. A low-speed vehicle is $10,000 and up. There's one day a month where you can take it to Titusville to get it tagged. You have to wait months and months and months. You have to trailer it there. So my idea with this was, let's put all the safety measures in that the state requires, but take the state out of it and let them register their vehicles here. And that would cover the cost of letting people drive golf carts. As far as crossing A1A, they've had the golf cart ordinance in Flagler Beach since, I think it's 1998. And they cross state roads with permission of the Florida Department of Transportation. I think it's possible to do it safely. It's happened in other cities. I talked to the police chief up there and asked him, you know, do you have any real problems with the golf carts? And they said, no, you know, nothing major, you know, little incidents here and there. But we are, as an ordinance in our city, we are requiring insurance, lights, brakes, all the safety things. All we're doing with passing this ordinance is cutting the state out of it and making them come to the city hall, or however we work it out, get a tag, make sure they have all the safety things. That slow speed vehicles are 22 inches off the ground. My golf cart wouldn't even be legal. I would have to upgrade it to be able to use it. It's like 6 inches off the ground. It's heavy. It only goes 14 miles an hour. I think there's a big difference, and we're going to get the low speed vehicles here whether we like it or not, because it's a state statute that they can do it. So what makes them less, if they have a license plate on them from the state, it's okay if they get hurt, but if they don't, I mean, it doesn't make sense. And all I'm trying to do is provide a way for, you know, citizens that are homebound, create a better sense of small town, you know, where in the revisioning, there was a lot of people concerned about the small town feel. There's a lot of, I mean, you're down, you're closer to the neighbors, everybody waves, there's communities that have parades. I think it would be good. I agree that a traffic study is important. So what happens if they come back and say, North Atlantic's okay, presidential streets are okay, and on certain places you can cross A1A? It's a revenue source for the city. It would be a yearly inspection. I don't see, you know, it's going to happen either way. And what's going to happen is the residents are going to get mad because they're going to have all these tourists driving around in golf carts, and they won't be able to unless they spend $10,000 and up dollars and go to Titusville once a month or however it works out. I just think that all the bases for safety are covered. And we can't compare it to Vieira. First of all, they're not on the streets in Vieira, they're on the sidewalks. Second of all, they're 14-year-olds. If we have golf carts here, it would just, if the police see somebody acting erratically or running through a stop sign, they pull them over and they get a ticket, just like a motor vehicle. I just think it would be good for the city, and especially now, gas is $4.50 a gallon. You know, to our zero emissions, it would help. You know, all the pillars that we're trying to do, resilience, sustainability, electric vehicles are the future. And you know, I would just like to be ahead of it. And of course, safety and everything is much important, but I don't know, Anthony, do we need to pass this first before we get a study, or do we go backwards?
Well, a study is definitely is required to authorize the use of golf carts on a particular road. If the council desires to have a study for purposes of adopting this ordinance in order to make the policy change, I mean, that's the council's prerogative. You know, if you want a study now to look at golf carts holistically, you know, it's up to the council. It's not necessary to have the study before you adopt this ordinance, but the study is absolutely necessary, in my opinion, before you authorize and designate streets for the reasons that were expressed. You know, to have, you know, that information, that expert advice to stand on.
Right.
So it's up to council when the timing of the study. It's up to council.
So if we pass this ordinance and then we do a study, and the study says, no way, you can't have golf carts, what happens to the
Repeal.
We just repeal
No,
it?
the ordinance can stay on the books in the code. There, you know, because it's, as I mentioned early on, it's an enabling ordinance. Sets the framework that if the council decides to authorize golf carts, you have, you know, the mechanism and the requirements already in the code. So, you know, if the study came back and you know, you couldn't find any streets at that time that are suitable, then, you know, the code can just stay on the books. You know, see if the future results in changed circumstances where golf carts would be safe to operate.
So I don't see the harm in passing this. And then I absolutely agree that we would do a safety study, traffic study.
I will not vote to do this until a safety study, we have seen a safety study. And second, I work in Vieira, the kids are on the streets. I get behind golf carts on the main streets in Vieira. And I think sometimes there's false pretense that everyone's gonna follow the rules. Well, they have to have insurance, they have to have this, they have to have that. Yeah, we can require it, but doesn't mean they're gonna do it. How many cars are out there without insurance now? You know, cars. They don't have to comply. We can put all the restrictions we want, but there can be kids out there, there can be anything. They don't necessarily have to comply with our restrictions. So that's another concern with me, is the safety and the safety of the kids. But I personally will not vote to pass this until I see the results of the study.
So just to recap, Mayor Pro Tem Callum, did you have anything else you wanted to?
No.
Okay, so a lot of the concerns that we heard about safety, you feel like are addressed, are in this ordinance.
Yeah.
You're pointing out the big fact that passing this ordinance doesn't mean that we're allowing golf carts. And as our city attorney says, it enables us. We've made it this far. Passing this, nothing changes tomorrow. We're not going to see golf carts, because the big hurdle, which addresses the issues that we're hearing around safety and location, is going to be when we identify the designated roadways. And we can cross that bridge when we get there, but you feel it's best to go ahead and adopt this enabling ordinance tonight, and then let's tackle the safety issues in another place. Okay, just making sure I understand. My comments are, I don't think the parking space, relieves parking space, is going to be an issue that's going to, say safety was fully addressed. I don't think that this is going to be an issue that's going to stop us going for or against it. I think having, even if you have the golf cart spots, they're still going to park in the big spots. I agree with you. But having the small golf cart spots is definitely going to help. So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum there too. The other thing is to ask yourself, well, these photos that you took, and thank you for doing this, by the way, The people that drove here on this golf cart made a decision to use their golf cart as an alternative to what? To driving. Maybe some of them walked, maybe some of them biked. Well, let's compare it to driving. Well, it doesn't matter. You're not losing anything because if you put a car there or a golf cart there, it doesn't matter. In fact, I'd rather have a golf cart because you can swing your doors open a little bit more if they are taking up a full spot. So it does relieve the tightness of parking. So when you're comparing it to the alternative vehicle, I would prefer somebody riding a golf cart and park than a car. If you're comparing it to walking or biking, which is the other mode of transportation, I feel much safer in a golf cart than I do on a bike and walking. In my opinion, I feel the safest in a car. That's closer to a car, to where a bike, I'm up on two wheels and, you know, I'm balancing and you can see you're completely exposed. There's no hood, nothing. You're not on a quad type vehicle, which is much more stable and safe. And as Mayor Pro Tem Kellum said, lower to the ground, a little heavier. And so out of all the options to move around the city, walking, biking, and driving a car, to me, a golf cart in parking spots is the better option. Backing up how they get there, golf cart, other than driving a vehicle, is actually a safer in some circumstances, not all. I can think where walking would be safer. That's just me driving the golf cart. That doesn't factor in other people driving the golf cart, underage people driving the golf cart, the people who break the rules. I am not in support of not passing something because there will be people who don't follow the rules. If we did that, we wouldn't pass anything, because you're exactly right. People don't follow the rules, but that doesn't mean that you're going to get in the way from the opportunity, the upside that this can offer us. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum that the risk in passing this tonight, to me, it doesn't do anything. It just moves us a step closer, but we do need to lay out the scenario. I think Councilmember Willis drew the hardest line in the sand, which might be the most difficult to overcome. It's kind of an all or nothing approach, if I understand you, which is saying if you can't have it for all the city, then you don't want to have it at all. Meaning, really, you're okay with the west side driving, you're okay with the east side driving, but you don't like the fact that the east and the west can't cross. Do I understand that correctly?
Well, that prevents anybody from the east side going to Manatee Park or Banana River Park or Center Street or anything else on the west side of Cape Canaveral.
On a golf cart.
On a golf cart.
Right.
And
but
it prevents
on a bike.
Right. Well,
You can walk.
yeah, but
Or on a scooter.
right. Well, the same argument can apply to the east side. You can go on a bike, you can go on a scooter.
Yes.
You don't have to have a golf cart. The same argument.
Yes.
So, but if we're going to enact something, I think we need to first get that study done, traffic study, and then bring it up, because we're going to have to do it anyway.
Yes, I fully agree that the study should be done per our city attorney's recommendation, as Councilmember Davis had wrote. And I think we all agreeing on the study and the guidelines, but that's prior to, because that study is going to be a resource on helping us pick out the designated areas. What I'm trying to ask you and understand is that, is there a scenario that if the study comes back and there are certain areas of the city where golf carts are not allowed because the study says, hey, this doesn't meet the guidelines of the criteria, this is going to be too risky. Is this a no vote for you in that scenario? And if you don't know the answer, that's fine. I'm just trying to think if you thought about it.
Yes, I have thought about it, but as I said earlier, I wanted to table it until we had the safety, the traffic engineering study done.
I don't even want to move forward if the majority of this council is taking a all or nothing approach, saying, hey, it's got to be the whole, if the study doesn't come back and say the whole study, I'm going to jump on board with you. I'm going to say, because it'll be a complete waste of time, in my opinion, because I think there's a high probability that certain areas of the city aren't going to be used. And so I think we're just wasting our time to pass this tonight and to move forward. If you in your head are going, when the study comes back, if the study comes back and there's certain areas that we don't, well, that violates my rule that it needs to be available to everyone to be able to travel everywhere in the city. And if it can't meet that, then we shouldn't move forward. That's where I'm trying to not waste anyone's time and pay for the study.
That's what I want to ask, how much it costs. I just wanted to
yeah,
ask
we'll
how
take it-
much the study costs. Does anyone know? With the
Well,
FDOT
it would,
study?
well, the FDOT thing is, I don't believe there's a cost to that.
Mayor. Dave Dickey did do some research on
Oh,
costs.
great.
We don't have a final answer yet,
You
but
knew this question would come up. Oh, no final answer.
can you share with us what you did find out, Dave?
Good evening.
Yes, I spoke with Luke Engineering, who's done a lot of engineering, traffic engineering for us. They do all of our concurrency updates, and they've done some, been involved with the Presidential Streets project. So they're very familiar with the city and what our network is, our street network. And according to George there, who's their principal, he gave me an estimate of between $25,000 and $30,000 to prepare a study that the council could rely on to make some decisions. And the study would be based on certain criteria. And most of them are going to be safety-driven criteria. So there would be, in that study, I would anticipate there being some level of coordination with FDOT to determine where the appropriate crossovers would be, either on Astronaut or A1A, whatever the case is. So in the range is based on the size of when I say the range, the 25 to 35 will be what we ask them to look at. If it's a larger area of the city that we think we are interested in allowing golf carts, will probably be towards the higher number. If we can help focus them, if we think intuitively there's an area or areas that we would like to limit them, maybe there isn't. But we would just rely on the study to drive that. But if we think as the council, as a city, that there are specific areas that we would like them to look at, it would be towards the 25, so they don't have to really go out and gather a lot more information, spend more staff time. So anyways, long rambling response, but 25 to 35.
Citywide study, to answer Councilmember Raymond's question, would be roughly 35,000. Could be 40.
Could be.
Could
Could
be.
be.
Understood.
Right.
So if you want to do a citywide,
It's going to be to the higher range of that.
okay. And while we have you and we're up here talking about, because where I'm going with it is saying, hey, do we even want to go citywide? In your professional opinion as community development director, and the goals within your department that you're trying to achieve on sustainability and mobility and all of, well, you've got a lot on your plate. How do you, if you do it right, there's a way to do everything and it all comes with risk. Do you see a citywide as being a good start, or would you recommend portions?
Well, I think it's really the purpose of this. Why are you doing the study? If it is to facilitate, because if you think about it, most of the golf carts are going to be originating, the trips are going to be originating out of the residential areas of the city. Of course, that's where the golf carts will be based. And I've heard Mayor Pro Tem Kellum talk about it would be nice to XYZ. It would be nice to allow golf carts to go down to a restaurant and have lunch. It would be nice to have golf carts go to the beach and spend a day there, or whatever the case is. So I mean, if we're going to include the residential areas, That's a significant part of the city right there. And then it really just depends on what commercial areas you want to include. Obviously, we probably wouldn't include the north end of the city where we have industrial districts. You know, we have oil tanks and oil transfer facilities and Transmontane, and we have large vacant industrial locations. Probably wouldn't do anything there. So I would say, based on what I think I've heard the council's discussions have been previous to this, that it's going to be a larger area than more of a smaller area. If we think about residential plus a number of the commercial districts, that's we're starting to get to a bigger area. So again, it really is going to be a function of what we want to accomplish with our study.
And this all came from Councilmember Willis, and if I understand, it's not about allowing it anywhere in the city, Councilmember Willis, and talking to the whole council. It's about allowing, if it is all residents who store them in their home, that they can get to the main amenities of this city.
Yeah.
So it may not be Harrison Avenue, but Center Street, Central Ave, those, after the FDOT study comes back, become the designated areas. And at that point, you're more comfortable because now you can, okay, got it. So you're okay with areas that come back from the study not being allowed, but
If it's unsafe to operate there, it's unsafe to operate there.
understood. Thank you for
Right, and that's exactly right. I mean, there's going to be, the consultant will establish criteria, and he will filter the areas of the city through those criteria. And some are going to make it and some aren't.
But it would be far easier to tell our constituents that, well, I'm sorry, but the traffic studies say that it's not safe to operate them here. Then that is why we've limited it. Than to just say, well, you can't have it here.
right. Okay. Do you know if Cocoa Beach did a study? Does anyone? No, you do not know, city manager? Because they don't know. Okay, and I'm just gonna wrap up. Oh, yes, Commander Keck, thank you.
Actually reached out to Cocoa Beach. They did not do a study just because, and their reasoning justification was because they had a very limited scope on where they were doing it. It was strictly to the residential streets surrounding the golf course. And so because it wasn't venturing outside of that or crossing any state road, they didn't deem to do a study, so.
Okay, got it. Thank you for doing that. That's very valid. I'll get right to you, Councilmember Davis. Let me just wrap this one little point up. So if we designated, hey, if you can drive on the side A1A you're on, but you cannot cross A1A. We could start there. The study scope of work could be targeted just for those areas, no A1A crossing. That scenario is something that I don't like it. I agree with you, Councilmember Willis. I want to be able to drive, but I don't see how I don't think it's enough for me to oppose the policy. If the study came back and said it was unsafe to cross A1A, there are no good places to cross, I still would take advantage of the opportunity to find out and write it and select designated areas that were safe. And that's where I'm trying to figure out today, so we don't spend all this money and go down this road.
But we would be limiting, yes, they'll be riding in a residential area. My neighbors will get to go up to Zarella's or Zachary's or to the corner of Thurm and A1A and have to walk to Southern Charm. But my neighbors will stay right in there. When you get over towards Center Street, your neighborhood is going to just go back and forth on one street, basically. So,
Same here with mine.
but
But you can buy a low-speed vehicle and just not worry about that.
Yeah,
And how's that,
we'll circle
you
back.
know?
I just want to make sure we stay in order here. And I wanted to make sure you got a chance to just ask my question. So that's really important to me. I think that risk is always there, Councilmember Willis, that, you know, you live in an area where you're really close to A1A, essentially is what you're saying. And you're kind of forced to always cross a, Councilmember Raymond's is a great example of where she lives. There's very little she can get to, especially commercially for anyone that doesn't require A1A. For me, on the other hand, and I think Harbor Heights residents like Mayor Pro Tem, we can travel all over and visit neighbors and residents. And so I don't think that that's enough for me, like geographically speaking. That was it. I just wanted to make sure I kind of locked that vault off to say, I'm in favor of supporting it, even if we find out that we can't cross A1A. I hope we can figure out a way to make it work, though.
This is a question for Mr. Dickey. Could the study be, if we did a study, be adjusted so that it took similar areas or a portion? You have the presidential streets. You don't have to do all of it, but you do know that it's going to be replicated in many different areas. The similar situations, similar patterns are going to be replicated around the city.
You're saying based on characteristics?
Yes.
Street characteristics, like speed limit of 25, 2-lane, and it's stripped by residences.
Mm-hmm.
So if we had just a study done on that block,
right,
we could use that study throughout the. Yeah, but at some point though, there's going to have to be some there's going to have to be some decisions made by another party other than the consultant.
Right.
Whether it's staff or the council, someone's going to have to make that decision. And I think that's what one of the I think it was Council Member Davis who indicated that's one of the benefits of doing a study is removing some of that responsibility for making those decisions from staff or council onto a consultant.
Right.
But yes, the answer is yes, you could do that in theory. But you open yourself up when we start making that decision versus a consultant.
But I would imagine FDOT would need an entire study.
I believe that FDOT, before they open up crossings, they're not going to rely on, no disrespect, they're not going to rely on the wishes of the council or John DeLeo's opinion on where the most appropriate crossing is going to be. They're going to be looking for a consultant.
Well, judging from the manual chapters that I read, there's only going to be several places on A1A we could cross anyway. Central, center, anywhere where there's a lighted intersection. So.
Okay. And we can kind of have a free for all. Let's go in order. I think my last question was, what is the risk in passing this tonight? We've publicly advertised it, it's here. Nothing changes. I share concerns. I think Mayor Pro Tem Kellum shares concerns with the majority of this council. The grind is going to be in this map and in this study and the designated areas, and we might go, this isn't worth it. But to me, I think it's wise to pass, get the study, love that, and have that guide the map process, and then we can say yay or nay. I don't see what we're losing by passing this tonight.
What is the rush? What are we gaining by passing this? What is the rush? I mean, why can't we table it until we see the study?
Well, we've invested in advertising it. We've spent time tonight. It's a check box. It's one less thing we have
to address. If it does nothing, there's no sense. To me, we might as well wait till we get the study and then go from there.
To get this on.
I understand that, but to me, it doesn't make sense. If it does nothing, why pass something that's going to do nothing and then say we want the study? I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but the study could come back and say no place in Canaveral is safe.
And then,
I mean, you know, so then we got to go back and redo that. So why is there a rush? Why can't we just table it till we get all the proper information and then make a decision from there? I mean, because I voted against this, but if they can come up with some great survey and show me that this is going to be safe and this is going to be wonderful, my vote might change. Because if you ask me to vote tonight, I'm going to say no. If I get the information on the survey and it comes out positive, my vote would be, yeah, go ahead with this. But, you know.
The reason, when I say it does nothing, excuse me for saying that. Of course it does something. It shows intent. I would not want to move forward with a study and spending all this money on the map, 25, 30,000, 35,000, could be $40,000 unless we show intent. I think this passed 3-2 last time, right? And so that's where I was going with Councilmember Willis, not because it was him, because he had said something that impacted me and it really convicted me of like, hey, is there, kind of think ahead when the study comes back. If you can't connect everyone, would you do it anyways? But what if we weren't even, what if they said you could cross, but we didn't feel, we wanted to exceed the guidelines and we just didn't feel safe. We didn't want the risk. Is that a deal breaker for us? And if it is, I would agree with you that we shouldn't. And that's where I was going with that.
It could be for those that are on the east side. We have constituents. We all live on the east side. That's people that we talk to and communicate with. So it could be an issue. I mean, excuse me, west side. Sorry, my bad. Can't tell my.
So your issue on the west side is that you can't use it as much as the people on the east side?
Yeah,
so
I
you don't
think
feel like it's fair?
I think there needs to be some common ground. I think we need to hopefully have access to cross. And if not, I mean, that's.
But the majority of the city lives on the west or the east side.
I agree.
And so you're going to neglect
Of these people.
3,000, 4,000 homes.
We don't know
And
that.
there's certain places on A1A where there's only one way in, one way out, and you have to cross A1A. Even the Florida Department of Transportation is not going to let you cross all these different places.
Right,
So-
and we don't know that all that area is going to be approved, and we don't know that that many people will have the ability to ride on the east side. So
Is there a scenario, though, that the study comes back where you would support this ordinance if we brought it back?
I'm waiting. I want to see the study. I want to see the results of the
Study
study.
comes back and it says you can cross in these areas, at the center, central, all the lighted intersections, as Councilmember Willis said. Do you like the words on this paper? Do you like this ordinance that we're passing tonight? You didn't like it the first time, which is
No,
okay.
I don't.
So that's my point.
Right.
The risk is that we're going to bring this back and you're not going to support it anyway, no matter how the study comes back.
I can't commit to anything. If the study is positive and it can show me that it can be done safely,
Yeah.
I'm open-minded enough to look at it.
But you're willing with it's okay.
But
You're
I'm not
willing to
willing
pass this?
No, not until I
If-
see the study.
No, study's back and it looks positive and you'd be, you're happy.
I can't give you a commitment to that. I mean, I can't speak what I'm going to do in the future.
Are you open to voting in favor of it? You commit to absolutely not supporting it, but I'm saying, are you at least open to consider it? Because this is the heart of the issue. You asked, what is there to gain tonight?
I'm open to see what the study shows.
It sounds to me that no matter what the study shows, you're not going to support this. And so for those reasons, I don't think we should even pay for a study. That's my point.
Well, I think we have to be careful about this type of, I think that we can discuss and say why we're in favor, why we're against, but I think that we have to be careful about crossing a line here. I just want to say, please be careful. I think that the process should be a study first and then we do an ordinance. That's what I think. But I think we have to be careful about this type of
I trust our city attorney
negotiating
will
here.
speak up. It's not negotiating. I'm just saying, well, we're in the sunshine and we're talking openly on the public record. And I think that as long as we're doing that,
But I think-
and we're being respectful, I do not want to waste $35,000 if there's just, even if the study comes back, she believes in her heart that this ordinance is not a good thing. That's all I wanted to understand. And I didn't ask her to commit. I was saying, are you even open to consider it? And she's a grown woman. She said, I'm not willing to commit to that. And I think that's fair. So thank you. Yes.
I just, I think this is an enabling ordinance. It doesn't really do anything except if the study comes back and it says, yes, there's safe places you can park. We don't have to start at ground zero again to get this. We have an enabling ordinance. It's in place. If they come back and say there's no safe places, nothing happens. This stays on the books or we repeal it. What is the problem with passing it, moving along to the next juncture, which is a study, FDOT? This is just, like I said, 3 years to get this far.
And this was the process our
And it
city
doesn't do
attorney recommended.
anything except say that if the study comes back and it says it's okay, FDOT gives us our crossing, we're one step ahead instead of starting all over again with an enabling ordinance.
If we table it, then we can always wait until the study.
Why can't we just pass it and it doesn't do anything
We don't have to
until we
advertise.
have the study?
It doesn't say anything about a study in this ordinance. I'm reading ordinance number
Enabling ordinance.
No,
04/2022, and where does it say something about a study in this ordinance? And I do not read
Right
that.
here, item 2, the city, look at the agenda summary, number 2. So the agenda, the very bottom, your city manager recommends that the city council first adopt. Now, this is the staff that we say we need to trust and they're giving us this process. And staff has said, adopt ordinance 04/2022 on second reading. That's what we're doing tonight. Number 2, authorize staff to cause studies to determine whether golf carts may safely travel on local roads and determine what specific local road. We don't have to start this process over again. Adopting number 1 shows intent that we're even willing to consider and fund and pay for a study. I think it's really irresponsible for us to go fund a study if there's no intent to even make the safety. This is about safety. This isn't about where they go. And all the concerns we hear tonight are about where they go. It's geographic concerns. But if you don't have concerns with assuming the geography is safe, does this ordinance tonight meet the criteria? I think it exceeds, as Mayor Pro Tem Kellum says. This is an extremely safe ordinance, not where they're going, but assuming they're on a safe road, which we will determine.
And not before a safety.
This is a logical next step. If we spend $35,000 on a study and we really don't have the votes to pass this ordinance, what a shame. And I'd rather go down the path that the staff recommends on this. And this has been a long time.
See in this ordinance where it says that this is, that we're going to have a study.
It wouldn't,
Where do you
that
see
wouldn't
this?
make sense to have that.
In
City
this
attorney,
ordinance?
that wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah, it's, let me get you to the.
Thank you.
The ordinance itself doesn't use the word study. The ordinance on page 4 of 9, it's section 74-77, subparagraph C. And it reads, upon designation by the city council by resolution, golf carts may be operated on such designated roadways within city limits of Cape Canaveral where subparagraph B, City council may by resolution designate a city street or road suitable and safe for golf cart use after considering factors including speed, volume, and character of motor vehicle traffic using said street or road in accordance with all the requirements for operation set forth in this entire article. That determination is required by statute. It's a safety determination. The statute requires the council to consider certain factors. So while that section doesn't say study, staff and myself are advising the city council that If this ordinance passes and the council wants to designate certain streets, it is highly advisable that the city retain an expert that can advise you on whether or not golf carts can be determined by this council to be safe to operate on a certain road. Our advice to you is that you get an expert to do a study to make that determination and not just arbitrarily rely on your feelings or non-expert advice, because it's a safety determination and it involves traffic. Traffic is a skilled discipline, traffic engineers. Our recommendation is that you get a traffic engineer advise you on the safety issue.
And that's the point. And it wasn't a game or thing I was playing with. The entire layout and the process of this was to show intent. Number one, pass this ordinance. Number two, is this a safe ordinance, assuming wherever they go? And I think the answer to that is yes. I haven't heard anything new tonight that would change what staff isn't already recommending. They're recommending us to get a study by an engineer, by an expert. And so when Councilmember Davis says, I'm not doing this till we need a study, that's risky because you pass the ordinance assuming the location is safe. That's rational to me. And I think the better conversation is, if we can't settle with connecting the city, that's an excellent topic. But I think we need to take that up after the experts talk. So progress can be made tonight. Nothing happens to cause our city to be more unsafe. But I really don't want to fund a study until at least we know that these words are good. And we still got an uphill battle. We got to get through a $35,000 study, and we're going to have to debate. Can you imagine we pull the maps out and we start talking about streets? I mean, this has got a long ways to go still, from what I'm seeing. So, okay.
Mayor?
Yes, city manager?
I think if I restate it, it might help clarify some things, what I'm hearing. So you brought up the concept of intent, which is a great question. On one side of intent is if you approve intent, it covers the expenditure, it authorizes the expenditure, it justifies it. The other side of intent, and this is, I believe, Councilmember Willis is saying the equity issue is not resolved yet. So declaring intent to move forward goes against the equity issue being yet unproven. I think that's what we're saying. So I think there's the divide. Where the commonality is I think all five of you agree we need a traffic safety study. In other words, if we had come to you with a traffic safety study item instead of this ordinance, we probably would all be in agreement tonight to move forward. That's the common ground that we can move this forward. And I don't know that we're going to resolve the equity issue here tonight.
Yeah. I'm not sure we'd be willing to move forward if we had the traffic study. But thank you for explaining that. And I agree. I think that there's just a reluctance to move forward, which is okay.
I think for me, you think moving forward would be to pass that ordinance tonight. For me, moving forward is to get the proper information, get the study so that we have the information to make a responsible decision. Till I see that information, I don't know that I can make. So I feel we are moving forward by getting this study done to see where we stand. You know, you disagree with that, which is fine. I respect your opinion, but you feel we are not moving forward unless we pass that tonight. So there's differences. I feel we are moving forward. We are getting something done. We are accomplishing because we want to find out the city's going to be safe. So that is moving forward to the possibility of golf carts. Yeah, there's two different ways to look at that.
I understand. I just don't see how getting the study is going to, there's only one thing the study, this would be worth it. It would be worth it tonight to not vote this forward if we get the study back and we say, no way. Then we can say, man, aren't you glad we didn't pass it? But that's not a big risk to me. That's what we're debating tonight. But I have a feeling that there's going to be areas of the city that we're going to be okay with going, and then we got this done. we're splitting hairs, but to me, staff has recommended this process, and I do agree that it's a rational process. It shows intent. The equity issue, I don't think, is a high risk. And there's nothing that study is going to do that's going to, I think, change a lot of the words in here that we can't amend and change that night. To me, this is a base good start. So if this council wants to go fund a study, yeah, I don't understand why we wouldn't pass this. We still got, I wouldn't even say we're 50% done. I think we're like 25% done by getting this. And we're talking, I mean, we've got vast majority of the work still to do. It's going to come down to locations. We got to go approve the study, fund the study. They might have to go bid. I don't know. So
I just don't want to start again with an enabling ordinance. This does nothing, and I agree, we need it. It doesn't do anything until we get a traffic study. The traffic study might come back and say, you can't do this. I throw in the towel, nothing happened. This stays on the books, maybe down the road, another council will look at it. It just doesn't make us start at ground zero again, is my point. That's all.
If we waited for the study, we're not losing this ordinance, correct? We can still vote on this ordinance later. We're not losing the ordinance.
Right, it doesn't disappear.
Yeah, we can
The
vote on it.
progress at first reading can be preserved by tabling, right, Anthony?
Yeah, the ordinance can be adopted on second reading at a subsequent meeting. If the council decides to do a study first, we don't know when that study will be completed, so the ordinance would have to be re-advertised for second and final reading at a later date. So the only thing that would be lost, so to speak, is the advertisement that the city published for tonight's second reading.
In the time spent.
In the time spent, yeah, obviously, but, and also just remind the mayor, this is a public hearing. I know the meeting's lightly attended, but I think we have somebody in the audience that wants to speak.
yes, absolutely. Council, anything else? Let's go to the public when we can bring it back. I like that. If now is an okay pause. Okay, this is a public hearing item. We are talking about ordinance number 04, 2022. Anyone would like to speak? Please come forward. Dr. Roberts, thank you so much. And I have a card for item 10 as well. I just want to make, those are, you want to speak on that?
I was wanting to listen to you all, and I appreciate the fact that this has even been raised for the city, because I think it is an important question. I just like to observe as a resident, I think to do a study, and I don't know that the $30,000 to $45,000 study is what we'd have to spend on something along the lines of what some of the council members have mentioned. You know, I know that I think Mr. Willis had suggested, you know, working with the state, and I know there are other methods where we might be able to get a traffic safety study that would be less expensive if that's what we wanted to do. But my opinion as a resident was that I think you all were trying to do fact-based decision-making, and I think that does involve some assessment of what the city, you know, would have and what it would look like. I think it's a serious consideration of it. I think postponing the second reading personally until we get more facts on the table for the residents with the primary concern of safety would be prudent. On behalf of the council, that's good governance. So in my opinion, I think I've heard several of the council members say that they'd like to have more fact-based information before indicating to the residents that there is support for this with the second reading. So that's my personal opinion, and I think it's good governance for you all to get more facts around this, because I was even Googling some here in the audience, and there are traffic-related deaths and injuries and so forth that do come with golf carts nationally, and I do think it would be important for us to look at the whole of the city with safety in mind, but also a positive consideration if that's indeed what comes up. I personally think that all the council members were open to consideration. I don't think there were any predeterminations from what I was hearing. So I want to commend you all for that, for your open-mindedness to get the facts around it. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk, do we have anyone at home who'd like to speak on this? Seeing none. Okay, and just making sure no other public comments. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing item. My question to the city attorney is why did we do it this way? I'm just trying to think, because it makes sense to me that you thought, hey, you didn't just write this on a blank piece of paper. This has been adopted from other cities and you tweaked it to meet the needs and work with our commander. I mean, there was a lot of hands on deck who put this ordinance together that was mindful that there's going to be designated areas coming. And the designated areas, from what I see, aren't going to really change this, right? This will fit pretty much. Of course, some things could change, but it's going to fit wherever the designated areas are. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a correct assessment.
So that's really important point is they worked hard on this, very hard. And I know that it was put in last meeting so that we could be here on this day. It passed 3-2. And this is a victory in itself that we're here before we go on to fund a study, which has always been the intent. So I don't think Councilmember Davis's opinions changed. You voted against this the first time. I think you made it clear you'll do that. I don't think Councilmember Raymond's opinions changed. Councilmember Willis, respectfully, you're the one who said, hey, I want to study, and it shifted. And that's okay. I believe in shifting minds. We got to be able to change our minds otherwise.
I'd like to correct, I did say I would be open-minded. So just to put that on the record, I did say I would be open-minded. So just
okay.
Well, the net of it is we're going to have to do a study no matter when we vote on it.
Yes, I don't want to do a study and then come back and there was a change of heart tonight. If the change of heart is tonight, then let's just get it over with tonight.
No,
I don't understand.
And I don't want to waste the money. And if y'all don't really want it, then let's not do it. But I get your point. But if that's truly the best plan, I don't see the risk in passing it. But if there's maybe you talk to some more deputies or you realize this isn't good and hey, let's do the study, but gosh, it's going to take the whole city for me or this really stringent criteria. And then I've changed my mind. I know how it is. And I just want to get it over with tonight if that's the case. But if there is openness and intent after a study, then okay. I just think we talk about trusting staff and staff working hard. You say that a lot, Councilmember Raymond. They worked hard on this and this is what they're recommending. And we are not following their recommendations. So.
Can we call the vote?
Yes, do
I'd
you want to
like to
make?
call a vote. I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this until we have a study. The FDOT study that council.
That won't be an FDOT study.
Oh,
FDOT requires the private study
I
first.
think we don't take action, right?
okay.
Do you
So-
recommend postponing or?
Postponing is indefinite.
If the council does not want to take final action on the ordinance, you can do nothing and then no action is taken.
Right.
But if the council wants to give staff direction to do a study before this ordinance is considered again for second and final reading, then you need a motion.
Okay, I think
And a
that's,
motion to postpone to obtain a study before second and final reading, would be an appropriate motion.
motion to postpone to obtain a study before second and final reading.
And then that, yeah, second.
I'll
Is
make
that-
a
wait.
motion that we do that.
Before we make the motion, let's talk about, the when, the dates. We were, do we have an estimated time frame on when we could get a study?
Dave, did you get any feel for that when you spoke to Luke? No? So we don't know what their workload is at all.
Council, or do we have any idea on your best guess on how long it would take based on your workload to start us to order those services and to start the study?
we shouldn't
Would it
have-
need a bid? Is that even needed?
Well, it's over $20,000. It would come to council. So
Okay.
we should be able to have that information as an item for next month's council meeting for you to approve that study in a specific dollar amount. And at that point, we should, Dave, have some clarity on when they can expect to deliver the report.
Okay, so you could work towards getting us to approve the contract for a study.
Yeah, and that I would think should have a due date.
Sure, in the proposal.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay, council? Because if that's the case, let's make that a part of the motion.
So if we table it, does that mean we don't have to start all over?
No, doesn't have, the council would not have to start all over again and do first reading. The council would, if the council wanted to move forward with the adoption of the ordinance, then the staff would have to re-advertise. And then we would go immediately to second and final reading again.
I would see that coming on when the report is submitted and theoretically approved by council, then that night the council would say, direct staff to bring back the ordinance for second reading.
We don't need to, I think, address that tonight in the motion. I know I said that, the more I think about it. We'll just make the motion to postpone until we can obtain a study before second and final reading. Hearing that, council, if we can get a motion.
I'll make a motion that we postpone until we get the study. Does that also include permission from DOT, or does that wait, DOT waits for the study as well? Right.
It's my understanding that DOT would have to have
A
this
study.
private study first.
Okay. So I make a motion that we postpone until we have the study.
I'll second it.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Raymond to postpone until we obtain a study for ordinance number 04-2022. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Councilmember Willis.
4.
Thank y'all. All righty, we are now moving on to item number 9, which is a public hearing item as well. Item number 9 is ordinance number 05-2022. Mr. City Attorney.
This is first reading of ordinance number 05-2022. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, providing for a referendum and ballot language for the November 8, 2022 general election or an election scheduled thereafter, proposing to amend section 2.02 of the city charter regarding eligibility to serve on the city council to provide that city council members must be domiciled within the City of Cape Canaveral at least 1 year immediately prior to qualifying and must remain domiciled within the City of Cape Canaveral during their term in office or forfeit their office, providing for a notice of the City of Cape Canaveral charter referendum question, providing for coordination with the supervisor of elections, providing for administration of the referendum by the city clerk and city manager, providing for severability and an effective date. So this ordinance is being presented to you at your request. Previously, the city council considered it an agenda item where it was brought to the council's attention that pursuant to the city charter, current city charter, there are no residency requirements for a candidate to qualify to run for the city council. The council was advised that The city at one point did have such a residency requirement as well as a freehold requirement that a prior council years ago repealed because of constitutional and legal concerns. That qualification, residency qualification requirement had not been replaced since then. During the discussion we discussed that there is a legal distinction in the state of Florida regarding residency and domicile, where a person can have more than one residency, but really only one domicile. And domicile, as the law in Florida indicates, is a more extensive statement that's just beyond mere physical presence at a particular location. It constitutes more of a permanent abiding place for a person that declares a domicile. And I provided that legal analysis in the form of the recitals in this ordinance. So if this ordinance is approved by council, it would declare a referendum election be held the same day as the next regular election for city council members, and it would propose a question that's laid out on page 5 of 7. And for the record, there would be a title that says amending eligibility requirements for council members prior to qualifying and during term in office. And the voters would be asked this question: shall section 2.02 subparagraph B of the city charter regarding eligibility to serve on the city council be amended to require that city council members must be domiciled within the city of Cape Canaveral at least 1 year immediately prior to qualifying, and must remain domiciled within the city of Cape Canaveral during their term in office or forfeit their office. So the request that council has made goes to the heart of section 2.02 subparagraph B of the city charter, laying out the eligibility requirements for council members. So it would be that section that would be amended in the charter if the voters were to approve the referendum question by majority vote. And you can actually see the proposed text changes on page 4 of 7 of the ordinance, where it proposes to add language to the city charter and makes one little strike through to comply with the city council's at least direction that you all gave us at the last meeting. So we also talked about at the prior meeting that in terms of establishing a residency requirement, Florida case law supports establishing a residency requirement for qualifying for municipal office. We advise that that residency requirement be no more than 1 year, since 1 year has been upheld by a Florida court, and we know that a 2-year residency requirement has been declared unconstitutional by a Florida court. In fact, the city previously had a 2-year residency requirement, probably the reason why they repealed it many years ago. So I'd be happy to answer any technical questions you have regarding the ordinance, but I think I kind of summed it up.
Thank you for explaining that. And city manager, anything you want to add to it?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Council, any questions for city staff? Okay. My question is the intention, there's not going to be a perfect way of proving this, right? I mean, it's going to be, I guess, how we just verify their domicile, or I mean, do you see that going, or is it the burden of proof will be on somebody who challenges and uses a preponderance of evidence?
Yeah, we talked about that just a little bit at the last council meeting. When candidates qualify for municipal office, the city clerk, as the local election supervisor, takes in the application packages for candidates. And the clerk basically serves a, perfunctory role in that they take in the application or candidate's application, verifies its completeness only, doesn't verify the veracity of information that's stated. The clerk is not permitted to do that. Under Florida law, a court of law is the only body that really has the ability to make a determination on residency. So how that usually comes up is if somebody questions a candidate's residency claim in a candidate's application package, another candidate will challenge that residency, either politically or legally in a court of law. And, they would have standing to bring that challenge. And the way the courts look at it, it's going to be a totality of the evidence. There are many factors, many pieces of evidence that can be used to determine whether or not, a candidate is actually domiciled or resides within a community. There are no, limitations on what those facts could potentially be, but courts have looked at such things as driver's license, voter registration, whether they own the property, how, whether they look at surveillance videos of utility bills, the preponderance of the evidence at the end of the day carries the weight with the court. And that's how it generally would play out.
Their city clerk is also the qualifying officer for elections.
Mm-hmm.
She can require to show proof of driver's license,
right,
such as, but not limited to, at least 2 forms of verification. But, and do you recommend that? I know that's administrative, but I certainly would think that would help.
I have to see driver licenses anyway, because
Okay.
there are other forms that they have to fill out that require notarization. So
Okay.
that's one thing that I have to see.
And voter registration, isn't that somewhere? registered to
Yeah,
vote?
on one of the state forms,
Yeah.
it calls for the voter ID number, I believe.
Okay.
And there's an affidavit
Mhm.
that a candidate's required to sign under penalties of perjury
Yes.
as well. So as part of the candidate qualification package, the city typically gets pieces of evidence already. And, but if we want to challenge the veracity of that, then it needs to go to the court.
And I guess the court's kind of always I know that there's administrative powers, right? What they can decide, but my question is, if somebody comes with an ID from Palm Bay and they're registered to vote in Palm Bay, are you saying that our city clerk has to just process that and can't say, sir, you're not Cape Canaveral resident? She doesn't have the power to say, you are not, from her opinion, you do not meet the criteria. Now, they can appeal it and challenge it. Because isn't this what our city staff does all day, every day? Isn't that what we heard from code enforcement? Is that they approve building permits? I mean, it always ends up in the courts, I guess, for final rule. But I'd like to at least, as a qualifying officer, give her the ability to see what is glaring, or they don't show any proof of anything. Because in that scenario, here's where it can go bad. No, because that wouldn't satisfy complete. I showed you a Palm Bay ID and I showed you a Palm Bay registered voter as my 2 verifications, just as an example. And if that goes through and that person gets elected, I mean, the time and the challenge and the mess that that creates. And that was such an easy win for, I think, our city qualifying officer to.
Well, I mean, first of all, the qualification of candidates is in a category of its own in
Okay.
terms of what the clerk or what the city's administrative staff has the ability to do.
Okay.
Okay, so courts are going to look at this as a much higher statement because what's at stake is a person's constitutional right to run for office. Okay?
Understood. Okay, so
So-
it's different
It's going to be different and
than approving a building permit.
approving a building permit where the building official is charged statutorily with powers to grant or deny or withhold a building permit, right? The city clerk or anybody at the city administratively is not given any statutory authority to make these determinations. The case law provides, it's a court of law that does. So while it may seem sometimes, and I have a lot of experience in this, unfortunately, things aren't what they appear to be in the minds of qualifying candidates. While you may think a piece of documentation means this, they have a story to tell regarding why they're qualified. So it becomes then, a debatable situation, and that debate has to be determined by a court of law. And the Division of Elections opinions are very clear regarding the qualifying officer's ability to make these determinations, and that ability is nil for the reasons I expressed, that we're dealing with constitutional right of a prospective candidate to run for office and the election laws of the state of Florida.
So to say that you've qualified is a matter of completion, not accuracy or
They've submitted-
compliance.
They submitted a completed application.
Okay, that was all I had.
And the four corners of the document are reviewed for completeness. Yeah, and perfunctory ministerial type decision that the clerk makes. And then we're off to the races.
And it's a matter of it, not our choice. This is,
This is the law.
okay.
This is the way the law is set in Florida today.
Thank you very much. Council, that was all I had.
All of that qualifying information is public record then. So you would know where their driver's license number is and where they are from. So if you're running for office and you don't check everybody else out, then it's on you.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we were, the city were at least gathering the evidence so
Yeah.
somebody could go in and access the public and actually have a chance at challenging.
But there's no recourse for authority to disqualify. So that's totally off the board.
But there is authority to qualify based on completion.
The reason we're used as the qualifying officer is because nobody at any higher level, they don't have the staff for that. So it's the city clerk's job to gather that paperwork. We don't submit it to the state, but in the event that the state needs to see it, we can provide that to them and anyone else who wants to see it.
Got it.
Yeah.
So somebody who would not qualify would say, I didn't show you any forms of, it was incomplete. Has that ever happened?
We
Not
can't deny anybody who comes to my office and says they want to run for mayor, council member, for whatever election year. We can't deny them that ability. We provide them with their packet and we give them the instructions that they need, the state law, the everything that they would need. Just to, all the basic information. We can't deny them the ability to run, even if they don't live here.
So if I don't even set up my account though, or just do a major form, if I don't fill out Form 1, the financial interest disclosure and as a candidate, which is required. And it just comes back incomplete or blank. What you give a candidate is their name to be on a ballot. That's what the candidate really wants.
Yeah, if they pay their qualifying fees, it's up to them to do all of the things that they need to do to
Okay.
run their election, to run their, as a candidate.
And there's some technical nuances to that on like filing fees and, you know, not timely submitting
Yeah.
a package, but that's not the issue that we're talking about here regarding the veracity of somebody's qualifying statement. It's a different, slightly different issue, but there are filing fees, like the Florida election code requires certain fees and certain things to be completed. Slightly different issue. So there's some nuances there, Mayor. I can't, you know, give you all the specific details, but I do know there are legal nuances on some of those
There are
other
some things
statutory.
you can fall back on.
Like if somebody decided that they were going to qualify 10 days after the qualifying period expired, right? Then, you know, that person is not eligible. The time period has lapsed.
Right.
It's slightly different than determining the veracity of somebody's statement that they reside and meet the residency requirements.
I was just thinking, if I paid you $35, I got it within the 10 days, but I didn't turn all my forms into you. Are you going to submit my name to Supervisor of Elections for a ballot? You didn't get all my forms.
Probably not.
Okay.
As an incomplete.
You didn't get all the criteria. So your ability to qualify is completion by a certain time. You got all the forms. You're not
The
reading.
four corners of the documents that are required to be submitted have been submitted, not the veracity of what's in the document.
And you had asked the question if that had ever happened, and it has not. There have been instances where people have paid their qualifying fee and then decided to withdraw
Mhm.
and didn't go any further. So,
Okay, thank you. All right, council, anything?
I'm in favor of this.
Me too.
I think that it shows that people have a commitment to our city and, you know, they want to serve. And I think it's important.
Anything else? Good. It's a public hearing item, right? It is. This is ordinance number 05-2022, public hearing item. I have no cards, but you don't need one if you want to speak. Dr. Roberts? Thank you for being here with us. Deputy City Clerk, seeing none out there. Public hearing is closed. Back to this council, looking for a motion.
I make a motion that we pass ordinance 05-2022 on the first reading.
Second.
You think got that?
Give it to her.
Oh, either one, it doesn't matter.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Davis for ordinance number 05-2022 to adopt on first reading.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4. Ordinance number 05-2022 passes unanimously. Now we're moving on to final item of the agenda, item for action number 10. This is review and approve the March 30th, 2022 strategic planning retreat minutes, workshop minutes, and draft summary report authorizing finalizing revisions to the mission, vision, and value statements and possible revisions updates. Adopt a report setting short, intermediate, and long-term strategic goals beginning fiscal year 22-23. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We use this format of strategic planning retreat annually to help us get our budget started. And the theory there is when we know what the council really wants to focus on in terms of projects or new initiatives or even continuing projects, we're now informed as we create this budget. And the budget will come to you in the first week of July. So the timing of this just all works out for that. So we sent this report out on the date of or a week ago today. We did not have all the council members sheets completed for the prioritization sheets. Four of the 5 were put in there. And we had said that we were hoping that we would get it and present that last final one the night of the retreat. Well, it came in a few days ago, late last week, unfortunately after the agenda had already been put out. So with that 5th and final council member ranking sheet, we forwarded it to Doug Thomas, who's our strategic planning consultant. We said, hey, Doug, can you work this into the final report along with all the other 4 council members, and we'll just present it that night, which is tonight. And so each of you has at your desk one of these that was handed out. And this was the one that was finalized by Doug Thomas just today, as a matter of fact. And we thank him for jumping through some hoops to make that happen so quickly. And Molly, thank you for your help in making that all happen. I know it's very live and real in the moment thing to do. Thank you. So what you have had in front of you for the last week are all the revisions to the mission, vision, and values, the SWOT analysis, all the projects that were presented by staff, all the projects that were presented by council in the Blue Sky session. And as you all recall, we had a separate workshop meeting, and it was an interesting workshop meeting that we did. The purpose of it was to rehear and ask questions on all these projects that staff was promoting and that city council was promoting, and have the public have another shot at asking questions. So we had that meeting and all that worked, but we learned something else during that workshop that was unexpected. It bore unexpected fruit. And what that was is council decided we can decide by consensus that some things shouldn't be ranked or scored on, that we just all agree these are just good ideas, and let's not use our precious votes on them. So at that workshop, council, in essence, struck through several things that we just agreed, yeah, we just want to do that. So that's why this document has all those strikeouts, because those are the things that were stricken out by council at that workshop. What was left were the things we're going to vote on. So each of you was instructed to put a check mark next to the 5 things that you wanted. And there's probably a good dozen or so things, but you could only check 5 of them. And then Doug Thomas tallied those and says, okay, this one got 4 votes, this one got 5 votes, this one didn't get any votes, this one got 2 votes, hey, whatever. And then what he does, as he did last year, is he ranks them in terms of how soon do we want to get these done, or what are these short term, like we really want them fast. So those are the ones that are got 4 to 5 votes, and he color coded those in green. So if it got 4 to 5 votes, we know pretty darn sure that's going to go into this next fiscal year budget. It's that important to this council. If it got 3 votes, he put it in orange, and what that means is it's an intermediate goal. We still like it, and we can put some work towards it, but it's not as important to get done right now as those ones that got 4 to 5. And then lastly, there are those ones that got 2 or less votes, and he color coded those in purple, and those mean they're long-term priorities. So that's a long way of saying all of these things are important to us. We like all of these projects, but some of them are going to get advanced sooner than others. And so we're here to look at this, and I know this is the first time you've seen it because it was distributed today. And I'm going through the top, and these are, as you know, categorized by pillars. And the first pillar is the multimodal pillar. And there were 2 items there. FDOT A1A improvement funding regarding implementation strategies with dollar amount to be determined. That's it, Daniel, thank you. And it received 4 votes. So clearly that's a priority of the city council, FDOT improvement funding. And I want to come back to that in a minute, but right now I'm still giving an overview of this document. The next one down is improved beach access and user accessibility and user experience with dollars to be determined. That got 3 votes. So that's important too, but not as important as the A1A. That's how we can read that. Moving down, sense of place pillar, there were 2 categories here that were rankable scores. One was the Canaveral City Park concession stand, press box and storage building of 230,000. That received 1 vote. We got the phase 2 Pacific Hub, formerly the Promenade, $500,000 first year, $800,000 the second year. That got 2 votes. Both of those are by this considered long-term. And we'll talk more about these 2 in a moment. Moving on, we've got the new priorities with the Resiliency Action Plan. And this is under sustainability and resiliency pillar. And this one, we grouped 6 or 7 things as resiliency items. And you can read them there about alternative fuel and solar lights, et cetera. That received 3, still a good scoring, a good showing. And those things definitely are going to show up in this year's budget because they promote our sustainability and resiliency. And council, you will always have another look at these when you see this budget being proposed. You know, if you say, I like that, or I don't like that, you know, we'll look at those in the budget workshops. So those will be proposed. The Environmental Innovation Corridor project did not get any votes. And I think I understand why, because the dollars weren't determined on that. And we all think it's a good idea, but until we know more about grant funding, we can't just throw our votes at that. And I think that was the thinking you all were feeling there. So that's a long-term project, definitely. Next one is the Center Street Drainage Basin Design Improvements. This is hands down the most important to council. All 5 of you voted for this one. And that's for the phase 1 and the pump station, which you approved an item on that tonight in consent actually for the design work on that. So that's clearly a priority. Moving down to the community engagement pillar, we have, there were 4 new priorities to rank there. One is the lot aggregation program that got 2 votes. And that tells me that maybe we need to kick that down the road just a little bit more. Next one is development of metrics and key performance indicators, KPI for municipal operations. That one got 1 vote. So clearly not a huge priority, but it doesn't mean we can't start doing some things, but it just wasn't worth ranking as high as the others for most of you. Then hire a full-time economic development staff position that got 2 votes. Better than some of the other ones, but also considered a long-term priority. And finally, exploring reduction in the city's land development regulations for parking minimums with added benefit to reduce storm runoff. That got 2 votes. So anything in purple is not a throwaway. It's just not as important as some other things. So let's keep that in mind as we go back up to the top. And let's start going in a little more in depth in these. The first one under the multimodal pillar is the FDOT A1A improvement funding. So staff's going to need a little bit of feedback from council, and tonight would be great if you could give that to us about what exactly that means. So we're all very familiar with FDOT and the roundabout they're proposing and the George King curb and gutter project. And all of those things FDOT is wanting to fund in different times. We know the roundabout they're proposing for 2026, but the other one doesn't even have construction funding. But clarification that's needed here is, are we talking about putting away money for the improvements that FDOT is planning to do to speed it up? Or are we talking about putting away money for enhancements beyond what FDOT wants to do? For instance, enhanced lighting, decorative lighting, or enhanced landscaping or whatnot. So some clarification from council will be helpful on this item, and we can move quickly past this one in about 10 minutes. If you could give us some thoughts about what that meant.
I'll give you how I understand it briefly. I think this came up in 2018 when we did the survey, and A1A was the #1 issue, big driving. I don't think it's or. I think your 2 options were, is it for funding to help expedite? Speed up was one question. Or is it funding to enhance?
Or is it both?
I think it's both. I think that, but out of the 2, expediting would be the better option, right? I mean, if we if we can use the funds to expedite, that's good news. Opposed to waiting 3 years to get a better palm tree.
John, how would that work in the budget? How would
That's
that be
how I
presented?
understand it.
Well, it sounds to me like if there's some type of schedule that you know you're gonna want for whatever needs to be done, because this is a bit abstract to me right now on a budget sense, then I would need that so we could put it into the budget. If it's just something you plan on doing for the future, along with what that FDOT does, then you have to determine how much money you want to put aside. And then I'll have to look at if this is something where I put it in like a funds restricted by council that can go and say to our SPIA account. And if council said, okay, John, for the next however many years, you're going to put $50,000 or $100,000 in here out of the budget each year, just put it over here, and then we'll decide how we're going to use it. And then I would definitely, if I have to do something like that, I would confer with the auditors too, to make sure I'm not violating anything. So, I mean, this is a little different because like, if you said, okay, we need to spend $100,000 on this next year, well, I know exactly what to do and include in the budget. But if you say, I'd like you, based on what we're going to want to do in the future here, is to put this much money aside. Kind of, I'll use a bad example, but it's an example. Like renewal and replace. We put money aside for all those renewal and replacement items we constantly are purchasing based on their life expectancy and whatever. And so the money's there. So when it's time to buy that, I have to give $600,000 for, right, a ladder truck, which we're going to have to do. Well, it's in there. It's in the renewal and replace. So kind of like that. So I just need to know what direction to go in. So it could be represented in the budget if you want to start doing this in 22, 23.
We could
I
simply.
think we unpack it at the next meeting and talk about the amount and how we do it.
Okay.
Okay, and if the council's in agreement, we can move on with the understanding that it's a pool of money that we'll figure out what an appropriate amount is to balance a budget and call it expediting and or improving A1A.
Now, the only thing I would ask, Todd, is that, you know, if we're talking about in the next council meeting, I have to have the budget to you, the proposed budget to you on 1 July. So if we could get an amount there, because that's a lot of adjusting, that's going to change pages, whatever. If we knew that you wanted me to do something with $58,000 or $100,000, I need to do it sooner than later, because, I mean, we could do it this way, but it'll make it a little difficult, is we target, I don't know, $50,000. And of course, when you get the proposed budget, council could just go into the budget meeting in July and say, determine, oh no, we want $100,000. We could still change the budget at that time, but that's also going to have a trickle effect with everything else.
Yeah, it's about creating the entry in the brackets, and then the number will propose a number in there, and council might say that's too high or that's too low as we look at the budget starting in July.
And then whatever effect it has on the budget, council might say, well, you know what, John, we don't want to spend $50,000 on this other thing. You're going to need to take that out.
Perfect.
So
I
we-
think that's great.
Okay.
That gives us, if the council's okay with that, that gives us the brackets to put in the budget,
We can talk about the amount when we get in.
if that's okay. That's for expediting and or enhancement.
And you're not locked into that amount when I give you the proposed budget, obviously. Let's say there's 50 and council said, let's just say council says 80,000 in the June meeting, but it's so tight that I don't reflect that. Well, when we get into the July meeting, at that time, after we have that meeting, I could just adjust the budget there and we'll see what needs to be reduced someplace else. But you got to give me, I mean, the books are going to be going together about 24 July or 24 June. So, I mean.
Well, thank you. We've got 4 minutes, maybe
Okay.
5 minutes. I do have a public comment card. Dr. Roberts, We have to stop by 10 or extend. If you still need to speak, I just ask that, then that's important. No, you can speak. Just give me 1 second. I want to go back to the city manager. I know you're right in the middle of trying to get through this, so we'll let him extend, and when he's finished. Okay. Thank you.
I was done with that one.
Okay.
I'm ready to move on to the next one.
Yep.
Improve beach accessibility and user experience. I definitely see that as part of the presidential streets master plan that we are going to be putting money towards. That can't or shouldn't really start until we have the design document. So that is orange, which is okay. It's an intermediate. That is likely to happen the following year in the budget because we'll have the then. We'll know we'll prioritize a street or whatnot that we want to do, and then we'll start chipping away at that. So I'm good on that one. The next one, new priorities. This is under current on sense of place pillar. The Canaveral City Park concession stand. I've had the pleasure of talking to all of you about this, and every one of you likes the idea of the concession stand. I can say that. It just didn't rank as high because other things seem more important. Is it okay with council if we put that in the budget as just let's plan to do it, even though it only scored 1 point? Because I know your feelings are you all like that still.
Yeah, I would have voted to just strike it, but that's me. And like
from voting, or not me,
strike it in a positive way.
non-ranking.
Permanent check mark.
So if we can find the money for it in the budget, even if it's not 230,000, maybe it's something less than that. Maybe 200,000. If we could live with that, we can find a way to keep it in there. Okay, thank you. Next one is phase 2 Civic Hub.
And that's a CRA item, by the way. So
CRA money.
it's in CRA.
Next one is the phase 2 of the Civic Hub. Obviously, we've got some forward momentum on this. It was considered an intermediate goal before, and now it got moved to a long-term goal. So I think we might. By the way, we just signed the contract on the demolition today. It'll be within 30 days, it'll be removed. So we do need to consider that there's an expectation of forward progress on this project. Maybe what we do is instead of $500,000 the first year, maybe we reduce that to half and just plan to get the master plan done in the first year. I wanted to see what council thought about that.
I would just like to see it, some movement on it for the flooding relief that was part of that purpose.
So that was part in the $500,000 was to also do some stormwater improvements if time permitted that year. So how does council feel about that? Do we want to reduce that amount or keep it where it is? Remember, this is your document. You can do whatever you want with this.
Keep it where it is because we thought that would be a priority to try to get that stormwater taken care of.
Any other
And
thoughts on that?
definitely, could we use any of the ARPA money for that,
For stormwater, yes.
for stormwater?
And Mayor, I think I need at least another 5 minutes if we want to extend the meeting, maybe 10.
And we need enough for Dr. Roberts. I think we need to do like we did last time, extend it longer than we think and try to go under. So I'm looking for a motion. Let's do 15-minute extension.
I make a motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
All right, got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to extend the meeting for 15 minutes, which put us right at 10:15 p.m. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum? Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Thank you, Mayor.
Passes 5-0. City Manager?
So as we continue to build this budget, do you want us to try to keep 500 in there if possible? I see one head nodding, 2 heads nodding.
Yes, if we, and if we use some of that ARPA money for it too, yes.
Well, whatever part is the stormwater part of it could be ARPA, which if that's part of that 500K could reduce that. Is that part of the 500K?
It wasn't broken out. For
Okay, it
purposes
wasn't
of
broken out like that, but in what we will accomplish next year is stormwater, that part of the stormwater part is that part of it. So whatever part of it that is, I could use ARPA money and then that's the less money.
If that,
we
if
would
that makes a
use.
difference, if there was like 250 for general fund for plans, but the other 250 was stormwater, that's
I'm in
ARPA.
favor of it. I think we just have to move forward because this is something that was indicated that we need to reduce any flooding in the city. And I think that's very positive. I agree with Councilman Willis that we need to show progress. I'm very much in favor of it.
Any other thoughts, Mayor?
My issue is that this was a promenade project on a half-acre lot. And then now it expanded the footprint, and then we went subsurface to address a flooding issue. We bought a 70, 80,000, I don't remember the amount of money study. They came back with 5 steps. This was not a top 5 recommendation based on those flooding issues over there. They did not say under. I am fully in support of any city property putting stormwater under it. In fact, like I said, that's what we've done. But to say 1.3 million here or whatever, that's really hard for me in this to say that I'm okay with that. It's ranked number 2. I think this is phase 2. Phase 1 was through. And so for me, it's hard to say without seeing the whole budget, these other higher priorities, Center Street, and what if we need more than the pump on Center Street? FDOT improvements, what if we define a big number? These higher ranked priorities, if there's money left over, sure, let's do it.
All right, well, it might be helpful if we just turn the page and go to the last page. The resiliency action plan items, I think those are all achievable in this budget and the numbers that we put out there.
Mm-hmm.
And that scored a 3, so that's pretty easy to move forward if we want to advance that into the short term. And of course, environmental innovation, I think we already talked about that. We're going to be working on that and hopefully getting some grant money. And then 5, the Center Street drainage basin improvements. Yes, that's something we have to put in this budget.
That's ARPA.
No brainer, ARPA money. So we know what our priorities are clearly from this document. And then we'll try to fit in the other things as we can and just give us some leeway to balance the budget in ways that we can try to make everybody happy with this. I think it's important to get the concession stand done, for example. Equally, I think it's important to get the stormwater done and the promenade and the civic hub. So there's no loser projects here. These are all great projects. Let's work together and try to get them all in if we can.
Yeah, maybe we don't take them as far, but just funding them across the board to try to make progress on all of them would be a good strategy.
Mm-hmm. So I am grateful to the workshop for the experience it gave us about rankables and non-rankables. I'd like to continue doing that after the strategic planning retreat that we have time to chew on it and think about it and how we want to, it narrows the field and helps us be much more critical thinking about our strategic priorities. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. Dr. Roberts. Got your card here. Thank you.
I want to commend the council and staff for the strategic work that you've been doing. And I just want to reiterate, I had a chance to look at the product that you all were looking at tonight as I was here. And I want to compliment you for the pillars and so forth, because that gives some kind of framework for, I think, the residents to understand what council and staff are talking about. But what I was looking for, though, was the tie-in with the community input. We're hearing from council, we're hearing from staff, the tie-in with what the residents said with all the time that we spent without providing our input. I'm not seeing the frequency, just like you all did your voting, to see the frequency of the council member mentioning certain projects you wanted to undertake. We didn't get a frequency report out of the visioning sessions that were had. For example, if parks were mentioned 18 times or something to that effect, that's where, in my observation, it doesn't give an opportunity for the council and staff to weigh the community's input with the significance of what was being said in each of those sessions. So we're missing this. It's kind of a hodgepodge, a laundry list of things that were said, but you don't get a sense of what occurred with the written visioning, what occurred with the first input, and, the group one and so forth. So that to me is a significant piece that's missing. A tremendous amount of progress, though. I just want to mention that. You got the frequency input in the first visioning session years ago when they had the pictures. We would put little stickies up and you would see where the concentration of input was from the residents and the businesses. We don't get that here. I'm not criticizing it, but I think that we need to evolve to where we understand what the residents are. I think the voice of the residents is missing right now in your strategic work. I think we're focusing on short-term to the exclusion of long-term planning. At the federal level, we use a strategic roadmap where we've got the long-term vision first, and then we talk about short-term and so forth. We get into annual year planning, but I see us just dealing again with annual planning, which is sort of shortchanging the community with the longer-term planning and the long-term visioning of what we see the city to be. It's almost what we used to use the term tapestry, that you weave things in together to where any resident could come in here and see that picture when they come in and see how everything comes together. Again, not criticizing it, so much better than we've been in the past, so I want to compliment you for the evolution. I think the good thing is that you all are making it actionable, with the projects that you've undertaken. But again, I think we need to, the third pillar, you might say, of the involvement of the community, which is council staff, and please put in here the voice of the residents. I haven't heard any conversation at all. What did the residents say at all yet? So I apologize, but that's where I still think we're missing a third and a significant part of the community by not listening to the residents.
Thank you. I'm going to let you, we're at 10:07. You got through it all. Thank you very much.
Just one brief comment. I saw something where, how do you envision? And wasn't that in the survey that I saw something? Where did I see it, Molly?
Well, at the strategic planning retreat, Doug presented the charts of all the responses. And I haven't seen them again since then.
Mayor?
It's somewhat in this written product too. You just don't see the frequencies in which the residents were providing input.
Like
And that
to
gives
quantify it?
Correct. You need to quantify it so that you see the significance of their votes.
Right.
Just as you're doing yours.
To weigh it.
What's missing.
Okay.
But it's an opportunity for improvement. I'm just trying to.
It looks like Todd's.
Yes, sir. I agree with everything Dr. Roberts said. In fact, I had a long conversation with Mayor Pro Tem Callum about this same thing today. She feels passionate about this as well. And I think what we're all wanting to do is put on the lenses of the residents' input through the visioning process before we approve this budget. And ideally, that would have been better to have those lenses on even before today. We got a preview, as Doug gave us a preview there. So what I want to know, Molly, is I know we have the survey is still currently open. How much longer it's going to be open? Can we close it in time? What I want to do is get those lenses. What I mean by that is get that report finalized well in time before council even sees the draft budget. So when they look at the draft budget, they've got those lenses on. They're not approving something against what these residents want. In fact, it'll help to support their decisions as they see this work, the first budget and the first workshop. So when do you think we could have a deliverable from Doug Thomas on the visioning report final?
He was actually getting on a plane right after he sent this, when I sent him a follow-up asking when we were wanting to close the survey, and he did not respond. So I'm still waiting to find out when he wants to close that out. I'm hoping that it'll be in time for him to have everything ready for a report similar to this one for next month's council meeting.
Okay, let's make that our goal, to have that final report on the June council meeting. That will give us several weeks to chew on it before we even see the budget. I think that'll work. Mayor, the only other thing I would ask is for a motion to approve the City Council Strategic Planning Retreat summary report as presented tonight and reviewed tonight.
And this will allow you to move forward with the budget and to go to those final documents that Doug's working on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, council, are we okay with that? I think we all want to quantify the points that you made in the last meeting and this one and try. I think that's a good solution. I know the budget's coming at us. We're running towards the budget. It's coming at us. The deadlines are hitting. So council, we're good with approving it, and then we can try to do what the city manager said. Thank you, Molly.
You ready
And-
for a motion?
Yes, I just want to say one thing though before, and I know this is important. There's no mystery on who the council member was. I was the one who delayed to get the response. And I want to apologize to this council and to our city staff and anyone that this impacted, especially you, Molly. I know that you were very patient and persistent in doing this. Some unfortunate events had happened in my life, and it had caused a delay that I wasn't proud of, but I am so thankful that you were able to get it all together. And I know that wasn't easy. So thank you for your hard work, and thank you, council, for your patience to make this happen. Appreciate it. So now I'm ready for a motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move that we approve the strategic planning retreat summary report.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Raymond, a second by Councilmember Willis to approve the City Council Strategic Planning Retreat Summary Report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
Councilmember Davis?
Four.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Four.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
Four.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
And with that, we are inside of our 10:15 time. Council, anything that needs to be said in reports, pressing?
I just have a quick, please encourage people to apply for the Space Coast League of Cities scholarship. And that will be due June 10th. And I know that we have one city staff member that is going to apply, so I'm very happy. But I would like to see some residents apply for that too. So keep talking it up. But thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, anything? City Manager?
No, thank you.
City Attorney? City Clerk? John? Good. All right, with that, meeting's adjourned.